breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Hello, very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is exactly 14 minutes. No, not 14, but 1 minute and 17 seconds past 6 o'clock. A very good morning to you. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast. Kamakawe de Kamake. We do this every single day, every single weekday from 6 a.m. to 10 in the a.m. And most importantly, you can catch us on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. You can also catch us all over the world. We are internationally recognized and accepted on radiogeneration.co.ke. So why don't you give me a shout out and let me know where you're tuned in from. On YouTube, you can find us at Radio Generation Kenya. On Twitter, Facebook at Radio Gen KE. That's where we are at. And of course, Sidi Muga here with me in the studio. And I shall be letting him give us that methali that we so much like every single morning, so we can have that very much needed morning conversation as well. But let me check out a couple of you on X. Mnasemaje? Kuna watu ambao wametune in, wako locked in, wametuma salamu pia. A big shout out to Mr. Bucharest. How are you doing, bro? Thank you so much for coming through. Let me see. Thank you sorry about that. There's Mijungu. How are you doing, bro? Asante na sana. Dennis as well. Uma, habari asubuhi. Then there is nani mwingine hapa hivi, acha nione. Yes, Moses Kurai. How are you doing, my brother? Thank you so much for coming in. Something I have noticed, by the way, and I think it's something we need to address, is the fact that the ladies, mnakwanga menyamaza sana katika mitandao. Kwani mnakwanga mejificha wapi? Like what do we need to do to get you out of that pangoni? Wanasemanga sauti nzuri toa nyoka pangoni. And I thought my sauti is good enough kukutoa kwenye pango ili uweze kutuambia unatusikiza kutoka wapi. So today I want to see more ladies than well, I mean not more ladies than men, but at least a significant number of ladies. Ningependa kuwaona. So mko wapi? Let me know where you're at. You can find us again, like I said, on our socials at Radio Gen KE across all of them, and also you can holler at us on WhatsApp in case you want to send that voice note, which by the way I have never seen someone sending a voice note. But if you would like to send us a voice note, do that on 0116 928 683. Again, it is 0116-928-683. That is the number on WhatsApp. You can send also a picture, a meme, a message, whatever it is that you'd like to communicate. We will definitely check it out. Lakini usitume zile picha zingine zenye zinakuanga mbaya mbaya. Hizo kidogo tutazilenga. But like I said, Sidi Buga is in the studio. Sidi, how are you doing? A very good morning to you. How is life treating you this particular morning?
Okay, which question do you want me to answer first?
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
How is life treating you this morning?
Life is treating me well.
Yes. It is the 31st day, but you want to say something?
I want to say that it is treating me well, but this weather, when it gets cold, that weather is adversarial.
Is that so?
Yeah, my limbs do not like the cold weather. I'm arthritic.
Yeah. So kuna vile?
Where?
Yeah.
Mimi mwenyewe napenda baridi, lakini mwili ndio.
Mwili ndio anakataa. Wewe baridi unataka. So can you take cold drinks like a cold milkshake?
I never do.
Okay.
I never do.
Okay.
Everything I drink is at a hot room temperature. Yes.
So nikikubaya ice cream ni sikusaidi.
You know, that'll be a kind gesture, but I'll tell you to buy me a bottle of water instead.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you don't enjoy these fine things in life that we enjoy?
Water is a fine thing in life.
Yeah. So
it's not just fine. Water is an essentially fine thing in life.
Yeah.
Ushasema. Kabisa.
So acha niwaambie what today is being commemorated, remembered or celebrated. First of all, like I said, it is the 31st day of October 2025, the last day of October that is, and most importantly, leo ndio ile siku nafaa kukuwa mzuri kazini, ndio HR ku notice, ndio kama ni mtu wa finance make sure mshahara imetumwa, unakuwa na tabia mzuri, unaona mkumbusha kama anaitwa City Buga for example, mwambia City ni aje leo ndio ile siku naenda kwa bank Unajua unamkumbusha tu ndio aende huko activate mishahara ifike. Sometimes these people forget and we understand they are human. You know? Sisi tunaniangaliaje? They are human, they are not cows.
Maze, if you want to sweet talk someone, you don't do it at the end of the month.
No.
You do it before the end of the month.
Of course you start mapema.
Come on, in your books, mapema is what date for instance?
Mapema ni like a week in advance or a few days, at the very least a few days in advance. You know, ladies know how to do this very well with men. Utaona dem amekupigia simu on a random Monday or even Sunday. Hi Siti, how are you doing? Siku mingi. And you're wondering, why is Caro reaching out after, several months of no communication? Then she's like, no, I just wanted to check up on you. Yeah, you good? Okay, sawa. Then on Monday she calls you. Imagine, I've just seen that meme you've posted on Facebook. It's funny. And you ask it, Karo amenipigia jana leo. Then on Tuesday she sends you a meme. She's like, we check him meme. It's funny, right? Wednesday something similar. She just says, hi, hey, but I'm listening to you on radio. Great show. And then on Thursday she's like, hey, sijakwambia. Man, I was just listening to that topic that you're having with movie. That topic was awesome. Then on Friday she calls you. Siti, fanya hivi, unaweza nipatia 3,000. I need that money urgently. Tunafaa kulipwa leo, but tusipolipwa by Monday ndakurudishia pesa. But because she's been constantly keeping contact, ushasahau that 2 days mamjonge in the last 3 or even 4 months unamtumile 3K, and that is the end of that money.
Maybe she has an emergency.
Which emergency? Which one?
The emergency
on Friday.
Yes, Friday.
On Friday at 4 p.m.
It's a good time for emergencies.
What kind of emergency is this?
Of the 4 p.m. kind of emergencies.
City.
What?
Ni kama ujui zile life tumeishi sisi wanaume wa this decade, because clearly you people of the previous
century,
seven decades. No, I'm also from that century, but still people from 7 decades ago ni kama amuelewangi zile shida tunapitianga sisi watu tulizaliwa.
How is it a problem?
What do you mean how is it? Because
has somebody bludgeoned you on the head and taken your money by force?
Yes, she might as well do that.
No, she hasn't.
She has, with that soft voice.
She asked, and when she asked, you chose to give. I do not see where the problem is. Yes.
And then 3 hours later unamwona amepost Instagram ako sherehe.
But that's a good thing.
No, it's not.
She's having fun.
That was not an emergency.
It is an emergency.
3,000 shillings urgently to go where?
To relax and have a good time.
Oh, so that's an emergency?
Yes, of sorts.
Me, I decide to stay at home. That's her emergency.
That's your emergency, to stay at home. You are not forced to send the money, so kindly stop complaining. She asked and you gave. And if you're a man, a Kenyan man, you gave knowing very well that perhaps you can in turn also ask for a favor. So, don't complain.
Nikwambie kinye kilifanyika basi in 1929. In 1929, Wall Street really crashed on this particular day. The stock market collapsed, resulting in billions of dollars lost and devastating thousands of investors. This event marked the beginning of the Great Depression, which had a profound impact on the United States and the world. Yeah, so the Great Depression also began on this particular day, and that crash led to widespread unemployment, poverty, and a fundamental shift in government policy and economic theory. We are experiencing a similar effect right now.
No, we are not.
The Great Depression.
No, we are not.
Yes, we are. We have.
No, we are not.
We have lots of people unemployed. Actually, ilianzia wakati wa COVID.
Yes.
Lots of companies shut down.
Yes.
Lots of investors lost their money. Lots of people lost their lives, not because of COVID specifically, but suicide and other related issues that were brought about by that particular depression I'm talking about of 2021. Actually 2020, because that's when it ilikita kambi in the entire world. So yes, ni kubaya bro. So tuna go through depression, the great financial depression, that is.
I don't think you understand what a depression is. It's cataclysmic.
Okay.
All right? Not some shops shutting down over time.
Yes.
My friend, it is almost life as you know it ceases to exist. And even a glimmer of what it was before is almost not there. If you talk unemployment, it is mass unemployment, as in people who had jobs in very large numbers. no longer having jobs, and more or less the economy giving the impression that it might shut down. No.
Okay.
No. We don't have a depression.
All right. Ushasema city.
Nakwambia tu hatuko na depression bado.
So hiki tuna experience bado. It can get worse.
Yes, it can. It can.
Tupate methali.
This is the last proverb from the Republic of Namibia.
Right.
This one, I really find this one funny. The end of an ox is beef, and the end of a lie is grief. Man, it's almost rhyming.
The end of an ox is beef,
and the end of a lie is grief. Lie at your own peril.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense, man.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
All right, let's check out what's happening on various spaces. Still on Matters Tanzania. By the way, kuna watu wanauliza Larry Madowo. You know Larry Madowo, CNN reporter, international correspondent. Asking him why he's not in Tanzania reporting on what is happening there.
As opposed to?
Because he reports everywhere else. Sana sana hapa Kenya, when Kenyans are being tear gassed, he's always on the scene.
Is he a Kenyan?
Larry is Kenyan, yes.
Okay.
So he's always, at the scene.
Does Tanzania have reporters who work for CNN?
So now this is what,
or BBC.
For example, let me read something called written by one Dr. Dennis Addison Ouma. And I doubt he's a doctor, but anyway, let's just read. Dr. Dennis amesema hivi, why is this Kenyan fool, amemwita fool kwanza in capital letters, working with CNN, called Larry Madowo, not reporting live on location on election chaos protests in Tanzania, not reporting live on election chaos protests in Cameroon. This fool, again he goes on to say, only reports protests in Kenya to the world. Unpatriotic fool, again capital letters. Then Larry Madowo not necessarily responding to him, but responding to probably many people who are asking the same question in a different way, more politely.
Right.
He said, look, as a CNN reporter, he's not accredited to report in Tanzania because Tanzania imenyima a lot of international journalists, not just him, accreditation to report on the election in Tanzania. And he went on to say that even some of the native journalists in Tanzania wamenyimwa accreditation. So you can imagine our very own Samuel Otieno here akinyimwa accreditation to even report on election in Kenya. Yeah. So he went on to say that above all that some of them are being abducted, some of them are being disappeared, some of them have been killed while trying just to cover various stories within Tanzania. So he was just explaining, because I'm sure a lot of Kenyans were asking him, hey Buddha, you're always in Nairobi with Gen Zs,
But has he not explained it well?
Running battles? Yes, he has actually. And
But that gentleman who decided to insult Madowo,
yes,
there are individuals, not necessarily this particular one, who attach statements to people who are already widely known. So they also get to be known simply because they've mentioned this person who is already known and is already famous. Had he not spoken about Larry Madowo, would not have known him, would we?
Yeah. Let me check out some of the responses. So Samuel N. Oruto amesema, Dr. Dennis, it's you who's the fool. Ooh. Then went on to explain why. Oyego Andrew amesema, Tanzania has very serious restrictions on international media. Again, very true. Anyole amesema, this baboon, Dr. Dennis Ouma, lacks understanding of what journalism is. And then there's Cornelius K. Rona, who's actually tagged that video I was talking about, so that now Dr. Dennis can see and stop calling this person a fool. And there are very many other Kenyans who've gone to tell him. For example, there's Omar here. Amesema, as you said, Kenyan fool, get a Tanzanian fool to report your issues. Then kuna Otengo Gidhinji anauliza Ouma, mbona inakuuma? There's Glock 20 amesema, wewe wazimu tulia. And then on watu wameenda kumtukana. Wacha nikwambie, kuna watu uguzangi wanakuanga ni kama kuguza mlima. Larry Madowo, wachana naye tafadhali. Don't try and insult him. He has a battalion that fights for him. So, some of these celebrities don't even need to come and explain themselves. They have people who come and they defend. Unapata, first of all, ulitukanwa, na ukadefendiwa. Yani the battle happened while you were asleep. You had no even idea there was a battle. You wake up and you find casualties and you just move on with your life. So Larry Madowo is one of those individuals.
All right.
Check that out. Let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke. And this is what is on the front page. Ruto says Raila would have been his only 2027 rival.
Who?
Ruto, President Ruto, says, this is a story by Bradley Bosire on rgk.co.ke, radiogeneration.co.ke. Ruto says Raila would have been his only 2027 rival. Let's check this out. According to this story, President William Ruto has stated that the late Raila Odinga would have been his only formidable rival in the 2027 general election, dismissing other potential contenders as lacking vision and development plans. Speaking in Malava, Kakamega County during the launch of his development tour on Thursday, Ruto painted a picture of the political landscape, claiming that those positioning themselves against him are more focused on tribalism and vision than on offering solutions for the country. So now, taking that statement, does that mean that perhaps maybe Raila was going to be an ODM presidential candidate and ODM was not going to support the president till actually beyond 2027? And as a matter of fact, from this statement, perhaps the president is suggesting that walikuwa wamesikizana tu na Raila kuform broad-based government, but come 2027 elections kila mtu alikuwa aende kivyake.
We are in a fluid situation, my friend.
Therefore, validating what Sifuna has been saying all along, that look, this thing, we didn't say that we are here till together, till death, rather, do us part. We were only helping this particular situation known as the chaos that was happening in government. In 2027, ODM ilikuwa ikuwe na presidential candidate na walikuwa kwa ballot box.
Who actually knows what was agreed on?
But the president has just said something here.
No, that's not what he said. You are interpreting what he has said.
But he said President William Ruto has stated that the late Raila Odinga would have been his only formidable rival in the 2027 general election, dismissing other potential contenders as lacking vision and development plans.
Yes, he's hypothesizing.
No, he's not hypothesizing.
See, you are determined to interpret it that way. Carry on.
When I tell you that CT is going to, right now we're very good friends working together, but I say that in 2027 CT is going to be my biggest. No, CT here is alive and well, and I am certain CT in 2027 will be there. Bro, acha nikwambie kitu moja. It is written here in black and white.
Yes, and you're interpreting it in gray and blue.
No.
If Raila were alive, the interpretation in my mind is simple. Raila would have presented the only true opposition I could consider.
Okay.
Not that he was going to stand. He was the only person I considered to be a rival.
Can I say what he said in Swahili? Mtu mwenye ningeshindana naye ni Raila, lakini sasa hawa wengine nitawamaliza asubuhi na mapema. That means that maybe the conversation or the agreement they had, and I'm saying maybe because I wasn't there.
My friend, what is this agreement people keep talking about?
But they were in the broad-based government.
Yes.
They had a 10-point agenda.
Yes, they did.
There was a previous article.
Yes. In all that, was there a mention of the 2027 presidential election?
Now the president is mentioning it.
As I said, feel free to continue interpreting it the way you want.
Perhaps I'll ask fellow Kenyans, what do you guys think? Do you think that this means indeed they were not to be together on a ballot box in 2027? Or rather as allies on the ballot come 2027?
It's a suppositions and if thing. If Raila was alive and if he stood, if he would have been the only real competition I would have. Yes. This is not affirming that Raila was going to stand in 27. No. Raila was the only formidable competition he considered. All the other fellows he does not consider as formidable. That's my interpretation. But then, as I said,
Yeah.
you are entitled to your own interpretation.
To each their own, eh?
No, and no matter how wrong your interpretation is,
It's not wrong. All right, let me check out something else. But hii inamaanisha ase wako pamoja till the very end, and perhaps Sifuna and the folks who are saying that, look, this is what Baba said. Now the other Baba wa taifa amesema. Senators issue 14-day ultimatum on delayed police compensation. Again, a story that has been published about 19 minutes ago. And this is what the story is all about. Tanya Metwandikia, the Senate has put insurance companies on notice, directing them to clear all verified compensation claims for police officers injured while performing their duties within 14 days, after petitioners appealed for help over persistent delays that have left them in hardship. Petitioners John Amana, Peter Wangombe, and Quinto Okumu appeared before the Senate Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations, explaining that despite sustaining injuries while serving the country, they and many other officers have waited years for payments they are entitled to. Now, they asked lawmakers to push insurers to release the long-awaited funds, arguing that the wait has worsened the difficulties they face in recovery and supporting their families. Why would insurance, or rather insurers, delay in paying this?
Are the insurance companies Kenyan?
Well, I would like to believe so.
Or they are in Kenya?
I would like to believe so.
Insurance companies have to verify, they have to ascertain.
But it's been years, according to some of these cases.
I'm not talking about the years, I'm not talking about the months or the weeks. I'm simply saying procedurally, they don't rush to go around making payments. No. They will ascertain, and then they'll ascertain some. Yes. And once they have ascertained, then they will pay.
Yeah. Until then, no matter how long it takes.
I don't know about the length of time. I'm not going to go to that length of time.
Yeah.
That is probably a completely different story, because does that story give us details as to what the claims were about and who specific, not by name, the individuals who are making them, and what sort of insurance cover they had, if the premiums had been paid. Look, there are very many things about these things, okay?
Yeah.
Yes. And just that they have delayed and it is reported as such, that is information that is half-cocked. I need to hear more.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Then we shall wait to hear more on this particular story. But from this situation, especially when it takes, because I've had a situation where an insurer has taken time to compensate me, and that
was probably your vehicle.
It was actually my vehicle. Yes. I hit a cow back in.
You hit a cow?
Ng'ombe, ndio. Nilimgonga ng'ombe pale City Cabanas usiku wa manane. Yule ng'ombe sijui alitokezea wapi baba. Nilipatana naye.
Na kwa ufupi, mahali ulipokuwa umetokea,
naam,
mlikuwa mnakunywa maji, sio? Bro,
the point is, saa 6:30 nilimgonga ng'ombe.
Yaenda ikawa.
Haya mambo mengine unauliza, wacha tu.
No, nauliza kwa sababu yaenda ikawa
sababu ya wakati
ng'ombe ndiye aligonga gari.
Sababu ya wakati sitaweza kuingia into the details, lakini ng'ombe nilimgonga pale City Cabanas.
Bwana we first
wewe ndio uligonga ng'ombe bani mimi.
First rule of insurance, you don't admit liability. Ng'ombe alikugonga bwana.
Sawa, ng'ombe alinigonga. Mimi nilikuwa barabarani, yes. Ng'ombe akatoka mara kutoka.
Bas ndivyo.
Akanigonga.
Ndivyo.
Gari langu likakuwa written off, yani likaandikwa kando. Yeah? Hiyo ndio written off.
What speed were you traveling at?
It was moderate. I think it was no, on a serious note, I wasn't in a...
Well, I am laughing on a serious note as well.
I really can't remember, but I usually drive between 80 and 100.
Right.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes. So anyway, this cow came and hit me.
Right.
And then the police took about 5 hours to...
But you were not harmed in any...
No, I wasn't hurt. Okay. I wasn't hurt.
And did the insurance company eventually pay you?
So they paid me, but for them to pay me, I had to make some noise on social media, because they paid me about 2 to 3 months later.
Okay.
The accident happened in October. Yes. I was paid in December, probably like a few days before Christmas.
That's right. Were you not happy with the payment at the time you got it?
Oh yes, I was.
Yes, and
did
it not make you traverse that particular month in a far smoother way than
actually,
you could have?
I went straight and bought a brand new car with the money that they gave me.
Brand new as in spanking, new as in spanking.
Ex-Japan.
Recently arrived in Kenya.
Ex-Japan spanking
Well
new, yes.
done,
Yes. It wasn't from DT Dobby. So I walked to a showroom and told them I want this one. He gave them the money and I drove.
And you drove off.
Yes, but the point I was trying to drive home is the fact that I had to make noise and use my status as a public figure to actually get that.
On average, did you find out that the time it took for you to get paid was unusual?
Yes, it was. Because
you knew of other people who had been paid earlier?
Actually, my agent is the one who told me, I don't understand why they're not compensating you, because similar cases are usually compensated chap.
And you believed your agent, of course?
I believed my agent.
Okay, good for you.
Because the agent is actually my cousin.
You are so what if he's your cousin?
Yeah. No, I'm trying to explain.
He works in insurance.
It's a she. She is an agent.
He works for insurance.
She's an agent. She has her own agency. So she told me, kawaida hizi vitu bana, nikamwambia took myself to the headquarters and demanded to speak to the CEO. And the CEO was like, oh, it's you. How could nani pateni jamaa pesa yake? And I was sorted.
Maybe it was a clerical error.
I hope it was.
Maybe it's somebody who was supposed to do. These things happen. Something slipped through the cracks, sort of thing.
Maybe.
Yes. But who am I to speak?
I
have never had an accident. A car has never hit my car.
How can it?
So, I would know really.
Surely.
Yes. And just 2 to 3 months.
Let's talk about His Royal Highness, Prince Andrew.
Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah. King Charles III announced today that he is stripping his brother, Prince Andrew, of all royal titles and honors.
Si leo hiki tulifanyika before kidogo.
Yeah. Of course, I'm reading a story that has been written a couple of hours ago. So, the monarch of the United Kingdom made the move due to allegations of sexual abuse from the late Jeffrey Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre. Now, though Andrew has denied all wrongdoing, Charles still felt it necessary to revoke his royal status, and the former prince will be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor going forward. His Majesty has today initiated a formal process to remove the style, titles and honors of Prince Andrew. A statement from Buckingham Palace read.
Why?
Yeah.
The company you keep, brother. Company. Where?
Kunoma.
Epstein was known to be a kiddie fiddler, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
And he encouraged kiddie fiddlers and entertained people of similar inclination.
Yeah, well, even the current president of the US was
this one,
President Trump, yes, was involved. Well, it's alleged that because they were buddies, but it's not really clear whether he did or was involved in activities that were sponsored by Epstein as far as, that sexual situation is concerned. So what happened is...
This is a man who has been accused of sexually harassing people, even outside that Epstein saga and whatever.
Yes, and he has even uttered words himself, and he's been recorded, and there are tapes of him talking about groping women in their private areas. So it's not... He's not new to these kinds of allegations. That is now President Trump, and he promised during his election campaign, he said that once atayakekelea Biblia chini ata release the Epstein files. It's been months since he took office and he hasn't released nothing. Yeah, so that tells you a lot.
Would you like to incriminate yourself personally?
Of course, I wouldn't do that.
If he was a friend of this gentleman, this guy is he the one who hanged himself?
Yes, he hung himself in prison.
How convenient. Yes.
Well, that is the official statement.
Well, if they say he hanged himself, were we there? No. We'll have to take their word for it.
But a lot of big names had been implicated in the so-called Epstein files. We have, of course, now Prince Andrew. We have this issue of former president of the US, also Bill Clinton.
Bill Pia Kokoyo something.
Kokoyo drama, my friend. Kokoyo drama. And many other celebrities that are not coming to my mind right now. So it is said that it was convenient for Epstein to die, so that story just dies with him. Because you see, at the end of the day, tukitoa evidence, tutoe makaratasi zinaandikwa hivi na zimesema hivi, we can still dispute them in court or even in the court of public opinion, na hakuna mahali mtanipeleka, because all that is just papers. The person who could have given concrete information about them is no more. Yeah.
There's another guy. Is he a musician or is he a producer in the US? He was also accused of similar antics.
Oh yes, he goes by the name of Sean Combs, also known as P. Diddy, formerly known as Puff Daddy.
Oh, Puff Daddy and Diddy, same person.
Yes, he changed his name.
Jina yake ya nyumbani?
Sean Combs. Ile ya serikali.
Ile ya serikali ni Sean Combs. Lakini ya mtaani?
P. Diddy. And when that story erupted, people started saying Diddy did it. But he was convicted and he's facing jail time 2 years.
Watakufunga brother?
Jamaa ameshafungwa na atarelisiwa baada ya miaka 2. Already he has served several months, so he's going to be out sooner than you think. And if he has good behavior in prison, he can actually get out earlier than expected. Mnaweza know jamaa next month mtoko huko nje amesema this guy has been good in prison. But anyway, Prince Andrew came to Kenya one time and I met him. He was with President that time President Ruto was a minister. I think he was the Minister of Agriculture or Minister of something. When Prince Andrew came to Kenya. And I remember because I was part of the team that went to entertain him. When he arrived in Kenya, we had this nice stand-up comedy. It's called a narrative, you know what I mean? And my friend, he's called Martin Gadinji, aka Daddy Matt Joe. So we went to meet him, State House. It was nice, good.
Bro, bonga kawaida basi, wajua mimi sikuelewi.
Thank you so much. Tulienda tukapatana na
Thank you so much.
Na Prince kwa Kiswahili inaitwa nini?
I strike you as the sort of person who would know such things.
Kuna wadi ya Prince kweli? Anyway, tulipatana na Prince.
Mfalme mdogo.
Yeah, but that time I remember President Ruto was a minister in the government. It was a nice time indeed to have been alive. Let me see what else is here before we get into traffic. Araka tuangalie mambo ambayo yamesemwa hapa katika mitandao yetu. Dutch national arrested in Diani over assault, detained for 14 days. Did you see that video?
No, I didn't see that video, but I heard
about it.
That he had insulted police officers.
And he did the makamazi on them.
He did what?
Alitoa snot on them.
He did?
On one of the
He did?
Yeah.
Okay, was he of sound mind?
So what he says when he sobered up is that he had psychosis. Psychosis ni unajua sasa umekasirika sana mpaka unaona. So akasema, guys, forgive me please. I have psychosis, and at the time things were just not but he apologized. Really, he apologized. Yeah. Mwana mfalme ndio prince, eh?
Huyo ndio prince.
Okay. Haya, sawa. So that's that, guys. As far as rgk.co.ke is concerned, I would have given you the signature tune to our traffic, but I'll skip that for now and probably just let you know that Ngong Road is not looking good at this particular minute, but it's a small stretch actually, so the rest of it is good. Hapa ni ile intersection ya what's the name of this road now? My goodness. Ring Road Kilimani. A little bit of traffic there. So if you're approaching that area, just know that you're going to find yourself in a little bit of a snarl up, but everything else looks good. I'm looking at Ngong Road. Fantastic at this particular minute. Lusaka Road as well. Looking good. No complaints. Enterprise Road. Hamna shida yoyote. Likoni Road pia. Hamna shida yoyote. Pale Southern Bypass. Hamna shida yoyote. Mbakasi kule hamna shida yote. Zooming out to check out what's happening in Mombasa. Hapa kuna hii barabara inajulikana kama Mariakani, hamna shida yoyote. Mikindani mko sawa sawa. Changamwe pia hamna shida. Kisaoni, Bombolulu, Halapaki, Bamburi pia hamna shida yote. Mombasa Go Kati na Nveja Park huko kutoka juu kwenda chini Shimulatewa hamna shida yote. Mtwapa pia ka traffic kako, lakini the roads are looking green, so that means that you guys are moving well well, no snarl-ups at all. Watu ambao wanaenda kule beach, Neptune Beach Resort mko sawa. Watson Cottage, hiyo barabara yote mpaka kule Malindi Road hamna shida yote, lakini kuna sehemu moja ya Malindi Road ambayo iko na trafiki. Hapa ni ile sehemu inajulikana kama Coral Center Shopping Mall. Pale kuna shida kidogo, lakini baada ya hapo kila kitu kinafunguka vyema na mnasonga sawa. Kama kuna chochote ungependa nijue kuhusu barabara, waweza longa nasi katika mitandao yetu at Radio Gen KE. Before we get into the first newspaper check, big shout out to the following folks. Don Sawa anasema better the Malawi election, but for Tanzania, how could Mama Suluhu coronate herself? CT, is she opening the gateway for military rule? Can you see how the election commission who light fire? Okay, a lot of typos there, but you get the gist of that story.
Do I?
Yeah. Anasema maybe she's opening the gateway for military rule. I actually saw their chief of defense forces saying that they're going to collaborate with other security forces to ensure that calm is restored in Tanzania. So I guess that's some positive news, right? Douglas Kibogonga amesema morning City, Mbuvi and Edna and the entire crew. Mbuvi, ask City the Mine Boy and the river between. So I'm asking you, the Mine Boy and the river between.
What about them?
Nimeambiwa nikuulize.
Well, I've read both of them. They were books that were part of the study of literature in secondary schools, yes.
Yes. All right. John Mutua, good morning CT and Mbuvi. Qatar baridi is so cool. Tell CT double coffee espresso is good for him apate joto.
Nimekusikia sana bwana, nitatafuta hiyo double espresso and what else?
It's good for him apate joto. So double coffee espresso.
Yeah, then it will be good for me. Yes.
My take anasema morning y'all. People are very shocked at the chaos in Tanzania, but it's not the first chaotic election. There was also the one of Magufuli versus Mwanawasa, which was also quite chaotic, was it?
Yeah, but not quite, not in the same vein. Mwanawasa, I remember, had been a member of CCM.
Yes.
Then he decided to. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. It was a battle royale. Yes.
Okay. So Neta anasema hello CT and Mbuvi including the Radio Generation team. Well, hello to you too. Ricardo Mariana anasema Mbuvi, mtaani tulikuwa na vitisho baridi to your opponent. Hiyo ndio Ruto nafanya sasa hivi cause anajua he threat politically. I think he's talking about the Raila situation we were talking about earlier. My take says Raul looked tired by 2022 elections. I doubt he was going to contest in 2027. People are interpreting things to their own advantage. Even his staunch supporters like I wouldn't have been excited about it. Festy Royals anasema the last thing as a president you would want to see is losing your support base regardless of how small it is. Ruto witnessed this in 2024. Suluhu seems to find herself in the same quagmire and it's dangerous. Norbert War, CT, that laughter is suspect. Good morning Mbuvi and CT. Good morning Norbert. Simon Indiati, he who dances with the witch at night should not deny knowing her in the morning. Kenya leader and Sudan praying for Sudan. All right, Simon, thank you for that. Peter Wanjala, good morning, tuning in from Tuda, Mombasa. Alafu kuna mtu hapa hivi anajiita madam amesema good morning, with a serious show like this one Mbuvi should reduce comedy. Okay, sawa, nita reduce, but Sir Charles Muga umesalimiwa.
Nimeshukuru sana.
Aya, let's get down to business and check out what's on the papers. The Standard, darkness in Dar. Tanzania has exploded into its most violent unrest in decades as furious citizens pour into the streets to reject what they call a stolen election. President Samia Suluhu's whereabouts remain unknown amid a nationwide lockdown, internet blackout and mounting deaths, with borders on edge and the army warning police against shooting protesters. The world watches as a nation once praised for its calm descends into chaos. Several pictures on the front page. And then on the back page, how Arsenal are looking to improve their atmosphere. Arsenal have been performing quite well actually in the last couple of weeks, and we wish them well. Last but not least, on the Nairobian, love lies inside Pastor Burale and Rosina battle. This story is still continuing. Check it out if you do have a copy of the latest the Nairobian issue. What's on your side, City Muga?
I'm looking at the Business Daily. Treasury orders agencies to clear 2.2 billion post debt. The Treasury has directed state agencies to immediately pay the 2.2 billion owed to financially crippled Postal Corporation, which has been hit by disruptions amid a nationwide strike by its employees over unpaid salaries. Why? Shida. State relaxes strategic minerals trading rules. The government has started easing restrictions on trading in strategic minerals, citing inadequate capacity at the National Mining Corporation to exploit and deal in some of the reserves. Lame. If you do not have capacity, you ensure you have capacity. This is serious. Especially now when we know that we are a country that is rich in very, very valuable minerals. Yes, you can't cite a lack of capacity as though it's something that's constant that cannot be changed.
And we also have an entire ministry of that particular thing, which is mining.
We do.
Yeah.
Afrexim Bank guarantees 11 billion payout in sale of NBK.
Afrexim.
The Africa Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, issued an 89.5 million, that is 11.56 billion payment guarantee to facilitate the acquisition of KCB Group-owned National Bank of Kenya by Nigeria Access Bank Group. Okay. Investors mint 134 billion from bond sales in 9 months. Sellers of government bonds at the Nairobi Browse minted 134 billion in profits in 9 months to the end of September as the prices of the securities rose on falling interest rates. The price of bonds at the National Securities Exchange has soared this year as interest rates in the primary securities markets fall, increasing the demand for previously issued government papers that offer relatively higher returns to investors. Then there's a picture of the Tanzanian president, Madam President Samia Suluhu, as she cast her vote at a polling station in Dodoma yesterday. Police ordered a curfew in Dar es Salaam after violent protests marred the elections that the president is expected to win following the disqualification of the two leading opposition candidates. All right. IMF raises alarm. This one is a puzzling story. IMF raises alarm over static Kenya shilling versus the dollar. Officials from Washington say local currency is too stable. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I'm hearing for the first time. The Kenya shilling stuck at 129 range for nearly a year, and they consider this problematic. It's supposed to have a yo-yo movement. Okay. The International Monetary Fund has expressed concern over the unchanged value of the Kenyan shilling against the dollar despite global shifts that were expected to see a stronger local currency. IMF officials are reported to have termed the shilling too stable during the recent staff visit to Kenya, which concluded on October the 10th. The shilling has remained at 129 range against the dollar for nearly a year. I still don't understand what they're talking about. I honestly don't. But let's look at the Star. Siasa, temporary truce, and why Ruto no longer needs ODM experts. This is an opinion that the Siasa columns are where opinions are written on certain subject matters. News. Uhuru hands Matiang'i Jubilee in battle with Ruto for presidency. This is interesting.
Is it now?
It is very interesting.
I have a few things to say about that, but continue first.
Yes. Tanzania on the brink as protests rock election day. Inside state's grand plan to deliver smooth KCSE curb cheating. Bang in the middle of the paper, Odinga's political clout aided his close associates and ODM candidates. Top politicians face trouble in Raila's absence. Okay, this is a story on page 4 and 5.
Page 4 and 5.
Yes.
There's one thing I'd like to ask in regards to this statement by the Standard, this headline. Apparently, President Samia Suluhu's whereabouts remain unknown. So yesterday there were several rumors saying that a couple of Tanzanian VIPs are in Kenya. For instance, someone said that, and this again, rumors on social media specifically, that former President Jakaya Kikwete is in Kenya.
Right now, we are going to be swamped with opinions based on other opinions, based on suppositions, and people, and we are going to have a field day just reading some of these things.
And I remember something similar was said about our president during the Gen Z chaos. Watu walikuwa nasema mara yuko State House, mara amehepea Mombasa, mara, and actually there's actually a specific time he flew out of the country and we knew about it because he was attending to something. Was it TCAD or was it he went to the US
recently, Chief?
But there's somewhere he went. Na naongea juu hii protest ya this year. Either Sabasaba ama ile ya 88 ama siju kulikuwa na ile ya kukumbuka wakati Gen Z walikufa.
In that case you're right.
Yeah. Kuna wakati alienda
mahali. He did go for that ticket conference.
Yes. No, but the one for last year we saw him because he made statements almost every single day, especially when he was getting rid of the cabinet members and when he said that okay fine, we've tuachane maneno ya finance bill. Yeah, so but this specific one for President Samia, I'm sure he's somewhere in Tanzania too.
Well, I don't
Under
know.
Heavy protection, of course.
But I'll tell you this though. There is a gentleman who was he's called Harold Macmillan. Was a British Prime Minister. Okay? Now this gentleman said something very interesting. It's 1960. January of 1960, he was in Ghana.
Right.
And he, then known as the Gold Coast, he spoke about the winds of change. Then the following month, he was in Cape Town and he was addressing the parliament in Cape Town. And there is a quotation from his speech that I will now read and indicate to you. And this is what the quotation says. The wind of change is blowing through this continent, whether we like it or not. This growth of national consciousness is a political fact. That wind of change is blowing right now.
Yeah.
The consciousness that is spoken of there is what represents the protests of 2025 and the unrest this year to mark the 1-year anniversary. Within the region, there is going to be unrest. Not that I'm a prophet of doom.
Yes.
No. It's just that when you find a generational change or a generational consciousness awakened, and the generational conscious and its awakening and the manifestation is made known abundantly because we live in the information age.
Yeah.
Then suddenly you will find it's as though there's an influence taking place, but it's made possible because there's a realization, and it isn't for East Africa, it isn't for Kenya. We are seeing it in the globe. There is a wind of change, but it's bound to be more pointed in our neck of the woods because we represent something unique. The vast majority of our population are young.
True.
And they have come of age. Just that. And so when you have people maintaining the status quo and not realizing that the change is upon us, then that change will overrun you. Yes.
So, well, and when you say the region, of course, you mean the East African region?
Yes, the East African region that I'm speaking of, yes.
Apart from Kenya, apart from Tanzania, okay, Tanzania washafanya elections are. So apart from Kenya and Uganda, who else in this region is about to do the elections?
Well, let me put it to you this way. I cannot predict what's going to happen, just like I couldn't have predicted what has happened in Tanzania. You may have said, I think there'll be some unrest. Right. But those who live there would have seen the signs much, much earlier. Yeah. Because they would know what is actually happening. Did anybody see the Gen Z protests in 2024? No.
That one actually, it was literally unpredictable. Yeah, you couldn't, even a day before, you couldn't tell it was going to be the way it was.
Now, there are those who say they could. And not because they are predicting, but they understood the forum that the Gen Zs were using to communicate.
Yep.
And some of the people who are the Gen Z leaders, despite they saying they're leaderless, people who had huge followings were able to actually have meetings that were attended by very many people online. As they planned, we're going to go here, we're going to go here, we're going to go here.
Yeah.
Now, but still, it was a surprise. The thing about change is that it doesn't come at the most convenient of times, especially to those who are in power. No.
Okay.
But those who understand the change is inevitable, change with it.
Another country that is having elections very soon, not Uganda. Uganda is on next year, and I think it's happening in Feb, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So I was just checking out, and I saw that the next general election to be scheduled in Ethiopia is happening in June 2026. It is the first general election to change in term length since the 1995 election due to constitutional amendment such as transitioning parliamentary system to presidential. So they're no longer going to have the prime minister as the head of government. It's going to be a president. And that is definitely going to... We're going to see a lot of changes as far as that is concerned.
All the changes upon us. And the thing about change, it also, what it tells you is that what you ordinarily think you can understand
yes,
is not what is going to happen. Something that you could not have foreseen is what will happen. Yes.
All right, so any other country that is having elections, we'll check that out. See the list of countries in the region are going to be having the elections. I think Somalia walishafanya zao.
Somalia's situation is unique.
Very unique.
So when you speak about Somalia, you have to bring in all the states that live and exist within that geographical area.
We're talking about like Puntland,
yes,
Somaliland.
Yes. Why I say this is because the Somalian situation has to be understood as a standalone. You can't understand it in the context of the other East African nations where you have a government and it's a unitary government. Here, you have states which are semi-autonomous, and it makes for a completely different discussion.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll see. But historically, apart from the situation that happened in Somalia a couple of decades ago, their elections have not been chaotic, from what I understand.
No, the elections of what we know as the government, the official government, they have not been chaotic.
Azinanga drama.
No. Even when the determination of who to be president was being conducted in Nairobi, there's very little drama. And
even Uganda, they don't have election violence.
No, they do.
They do?
Yes, they do.
Election violence?
They do.
Like the kind we have seen in Tanzania, or at least the one that we see here in Kenya.
The violence I speak of is when opposition leaders are pulled off the street and beaten.
Okay.
Crowds are beaten. Okay. So that's violence. But you talk about extreme violence in the African context?
Yeah.
No.
Some notable events in Tanzania, we saw kuna picha moja fulani niliona, tear gas was thrown to a crowd, and then they did what Kenyans do. Kicked it. They kicked it back.
And what happened to the police?
That was just a picture. You really can't tell, but they say a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yeah, but sometimes these pictures... Around now, one has to be careful about what one reads and what one sees.
Yeah.
Because people are going to regurgitate old pictures and they're going to caption it to represent.
Some even take from Kenya, alafu wanasema ni Tanzania.
Like there was a picture that was doing the rounds about people breaching the Dar.
I saw that video also.
Yeah, but that particular clip, if you look at it, it has nothing to do with what's happening now. That was a crowd that entered the airport when they were meeting the body of John Magufuli Pombe. Yes.
Yeah. True. I also had to go and verify it.
Yes.
Okay, so Jubilee declares Matiang'i ticket bearer and vows to join opposition. Retired President Kenyatta's party resolves to work with Gachagua and Kalonzo, former Interior Cabinet Secretary, to be Jubilee's deputy party leader and the face of that particular party. Then we have Jeremiah Kioni, the Secretary General of Jubilee. Accordingly, the NEC has nominated Dr. Matiang'i to represent the Jubilee Party at the United Opposition Movement as he continues to popularize his candidature. Yeah, so that's the short version of this very long story. That Matiang'i is going to be the deputy party leader, and of course the presidential candidate for that party.
The games have begun.
Yesterday I sat here with Dr. Mbaye, but alikumiss sana. He was asking, you had to attend to something. But Dr. Mbaye was saying that indeed he actually said that this was going to happen because we saw it happening anyway. It was just we were waiting for like an official confirmation and an official stamp to that candidature. But what Dr. Mbaye was saying yesterday is that they are preparing to work with all these parties, including Jubilee. But he specifically said on Jubilee that they would have thought that perhaps Matiang'i would have done more groundwork in his backyard before coming to join Jubilee. Perhaps even come with his own party.
Who was saying that?
Dr. Mbai, from the conversation we had yesterday. So he was saying that perhaps they would have expected him to do a little bit more groundwork.
Is he then not supposing that the Jubilee Party did not think this thing through?
No, and he said specifically that they respect each and every single party's mechanism of coming up with their own candidate and how they will present that person to. And he said that they let everyone go and, campaign for themselves, bring their own support. Then at the end of the day, whoever will be the strongest candidate of them all will be the sole candidate for the united opposition. So he said right now Matiang'i enda campaign, Kalonzo a campaign, na wale wengine wote kina Wamalwa wa campaign, then wapatane kwa debe. So that's that as far as Jubilee is concerned. Wait, let's wait and see. I kind of, when we were talking, I was kind of seeing his point, not necessarily agreeing with it, because I'm like, Jubilee has already done lots and lots of groundwork all over the country. So whoever is picked from whichever region, whether they pick someone from Mukambani, Kisii, Luoland, or Kalenjin land, at the end of the day, they have already done grassroots work. So all they need to do is popularize their candidate in this specific area. So this whole issue of, because I'm a Kamba and I go come up with my own party, call it Kitui Chap Chap, popularize myself there, then now come and say that, guys, nimekuja na chama yangu nikubalieni kwa zenu kidogo hiyo, I don't know. But
Uhuru Kenyatta endorsed Raila Odinga. How did that work out?
Come again?
Uhuru Kenyatta endorsed Raila Odinga. How did that work out?
Clearly it wasn't enough.
So how will it be enough for Matiang'i?
I don't know.
Good. Neither do I. The dynamics are different in this sense. Raila Odinga already had a support base. Okay? Because ODM is indeed a national party, as is Jubilee.
Yep.
But the dynamics, this is somebody who is not a politician. I'm talking about Matiang'i, not really. Okay?
Yeah.
So he wants to traverse this particular terrain of politics now at the 11th hour.
Yeah.
With Jubilee.
It is not really. Is it really? It's like the ninth hour. But not just 11th hour.
It is 11th hour, my friend. Let me tell you, the moment
11th hour would have been perhaps beginning of 2027.
The reason why I'm telling you that is the 11th hour. You have 30 minutes before you get to the 12th hour. Okay. In our case here, it's 2 months, 2 years before we actually get to 2027. Okay. The moment Raila Odinga passed on, the official campaign period had begun in earnest. In earnest. Top politicians face trouble in Raila's absence. Whether it is
that is on the star
within, within a political party, or whether it's at the national level, the movements are profound. We may not just see them, but there is a lot of movement. There's a lot of jostling.
Yeah.
There's a lot of seeking positions of power and authority. Yes. There's nothing static that's going on here. No.
I mean, like I said, we are in a unique position whereby we have a front row seat. We're having this conversation, and of course our audience as well, you have a front row seat, because the kind of people that we host here and we shall continue to host, of course, will continue giving us insights. And Dr. Mbai yesterday said a lot of things, and we delved also deep into the conversation of tribalism, which we were talking about positive ethnicity, positive tribalism, where you actually are proud of your heritage. And I think Kenyans also need to start getting to that space whereby we can differentiate between negative ethnicity and the positive side of actually, because at the end of the day, if you're born a Kenyan, you come from some ethnic place.
Paul, we don't have a problem with tribalism in this country, as far as I'm concerned. That's my view. Let these politicians tell us how they want to fix the country. Okay, let them tell us how they want to mend the loopholes, how they want to sew up the ties. That's what I want to hear. Stop telling us things that we know about and things that we can do ourselves. We live peacefully with each other for 4 years before an election period sort of like rears its head. We live okay. We actually do. So why are we being told to live okay and we already live okay? We live okay. tell us how you will sort out the economy. Yes.
Hivyo ndivyo inafaa kuwa.
Tell us how you're going to sort out the economy.
All right. We're taking a short break kama kawaida, but we'll be right back. Don't go too far.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Families of the Shakahola massacre victims returned to Malindi mortuary on Thursday. This continued the heartbreaking task of collecting the remains of their loved ones. A total of 18 bodies have now been released, with relatives preparing to lay them to rest. Human rights groups say at least 60 victims have been positively identified, but more than 300 bodies remain unclaimed as the identification process continues.
Ile miili ambayo iko hapa haijachukuliwa ni miili mingi sana. So far we have about 60 bodies ambazo DNA imematch. We have more than 300 bodies ambazo hazijakuwa identified.
Process hii ni muhimu kwa sababu ile kesi ambayo inamkabidhi Mackenzie ni lazima iwe na majina ya wale watu ambao walikufa katika Shakahola, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa na kesi tu ya anonymous bodies ambayo zilipatikana Shakahola.
Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Omolo has urged citizens to avoid crossing into Tanzania to take part in demonstrations. He says such actions could breach the law and expose participants to danger. Addressing the Border Control and Operations Coordination Committee gathering in Mombasa, Omolo called for calm and lawful conduct amid growing tension along the Namanga frontier. This comes amid protests witnessed at the Namanga one-stop border point, where residents took to the streets in solidarity with the Tanzanians as the neighboring country went to the polls.
As a country, we have laws and regulations that guides whether it's demonstrations or protests, and my appeal is that anyone who might want to be engaged or participate in any form of protest or demonstrations, let's do what the law allows us to do. To our friends in Tanzania, I'm sure they also have ways and mechanisms of dealing with their issues. They are our friendly neighbors, and we want to wish them well as they go through their processes.
A Kwale court has granted a 14-day custodial order for a Dutch national arrested in Diani over allegations of assault, disturbance and suspected involvement in drug trafficking. The suspect, Elwin Tahost, aged 47, was arrested at Boma Banda Cottage in Diani following reports of violent conduct, including assaulting police officers at Diani police station. He is also accused of assaulting his Kenyan girlfriend, Angela Atieno, in a separate incident. The case will be mentioned on November 13th, 2025, to confirm the progress of investigations. President William Ruto has taken aim at the opposition, accusing its leaders of relying on slogans instead of presenting a credible alternative to his administration's development agenda. Speaking during a development tour in Malava, the president said he remains focused on delivering his programs. He warned the opposition to prepare for tough political battle ahead of the 2027 general election.
Nataka niwaulize nyinyi watu wa hapa Malava. Yaani mkiniona mimi hivi, ati wale watu tunashindana na watu ni wale. Yaani mtu ningeshindana na yeye ni Raila Odinga. Lakini sasa hawa nitawamalizia asubuhi na mapema. Na sio kwa sababu ya bure, because they have no plan. They have no agenda. They have no program. They have nothing. Ni watu tu ya kuendesha ukabila, kupiganisha watu, kulete chuki, kulete hasara, kulete hasira. Na mimi nataka niwaulize ndugu zangu watu wa Malava, tushirikiane tufanye kazi pamoja.
King Charles III has announced that he is stripping his brother Prince Andrew of all royal titles and honors. The monarch of the United Kingdom made the move due to allegations of sexual abuse from the late Jeffrey Epstein accuser Virginia Giuffre. Though Andrew has denied all wrongdoing, Charles still felt it was necessary to revoke his royal status. The former prince will be known as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor going forward. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back indeed. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, that's where we are at, and 90.7 in Mombasa. How are you doing? You can also find us at Radio Gen KE across all our socials, and our WhatsApp number is 0116-928-683. That is 0116-928-683. City. I've just seen a couple of nice comments here. Watu wamekusalimia kadha wa kadha. There's something we were talking about a couple of weeks ago about 50,000. You remember? It was the e-pesa ya Nyota Fund. And we were asking what really can 50, I was asking brother, what can 50,000 bob do for folks? So there's my Tech 2.0 who says 50k is even a bigger amount with just 20k invested, and with patience that's required for any business, they wouldn't be stressed of fees in the future. Now the reason my taker said this is because Sonnet says that he acted on one of his suggestions where he was funding business proposals for 50,000 for his community members, and was surprised that he received only 2 proposals. Folks were more tuned into school fees. So I don't know what he means by that. Maybe he offered people in the community 50,000 bob and for business, and they were like mimi naweza taka nipatie pesa for school fees and not for biashara. But for those who actually know what to do with 50,000 bob, chances are unaweza tengeneza pesa mzuri. The people actually make that in terms of profit after a very long time, perhaps even a month or two, and they reinvest that money back into their businesses. So I think it depends on the kind of business that you're doing, if you actually want to get into this Nyota Fund thingy. But of course, a lot of people that we've hosted here, especially political analysts, they're saying that this money is just for confusing people up as they buy time for other things.
People are entitled to their own opinion, aren't they?
Yep. Langat msema kweli anasema there is no tribalism. Politicians use tribalism to evade accountability. Kenyans, we must do what Tanzanians have done, liberated their country from Samia Suluhu. Have they really liberated their country? There's a lot that is happening. A very good morning. So we have our guest in studio here, but before I invite him, just one more here. There's Musa 254 anasema no, not Musa. I wanted to read down for Nobat Owuor anasema Mbuvi, that guy's opinion had a lot of tribal undertone. He's talking about Dr. Mbai that we hosted yesterday. Had a lot of tribal undertone. Look at the parties they are working with. All are tribal parties. And he insinuated that Dr. Matiang'i to come to Kisii with a vote basket. Anyway, a story that we shall decipher later on. Right now, though, allow me to introduce our guest who's in studio. I'm talking about none other than the government spokesperson, Dr. Isaac Mwaura, CBS. Daktari, welcome to Radio Generation. Nice to see you after a very long time. I think the last time I saw you was somewhere in Westlands. We had an event.
Yeah, I'm fine, I'm well.
Karibu sana.
And I'm also happy to see City Muga here.
Right.
He doesn't grow any older. He's still very young.
Actually, if you look at photos of him from probably last week or last month,
Yes.
you will notice that his hair is becoming blacker.
Yeah, actually, he's becoming younger.
Hii grey inapotea.
He reminds me of Anyang' Nyong'o, my political mentor. Yeah, you know.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but I'm happy to be here.
Yes.
On RG Radio. I don't think I've been here before.
You haven't actually.
Yeah, it's my debut show. Yeah.
We've hosted your deputy a couple of times.
Yes, Muduma has come many times.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
Provided a lot of insight.
Yes, but I can see very familiar faces. Let me not say beyond that. Let me not to give any comment beyond that. Yeah.
It's a pleasure to host you this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's get right into it. How is the government performing so far? When we were looking at government at 3, or rather Ruto at 3 in August, the ratings were not really favorable coming through in terms of what the government has delivered vis-a-vis the promises that it made. But from your perspective, how would you rate the government delivery so far?
Munala Mbuvi,
Right.
let me ask you, my brother. Are you talking of myself, or are you talking of behalf of who is there who is saying that it was not favorable? Believe you me, take it from me. The government has performed extremely well given the circumstances.
Right.
We need to look at the background, where we are coming from. By the time His Excellency the President took over power on 13th of September 2022, the country was actually not doing extremely well. And you could even see, for example, the shilling was not performing well. There were issues to do with the food prices, issues to do with the fuel prices, inflation. And, it had gone all the way up to 9%. Right now it has reduced. The last time I checked, it was about 4.8%. We didn't even have dollars to cushion us for imports. But as we speak, the latest figure is 12.6 billion US dollars. You see, the shilling has stabilized at 130. We have been able to ensure that there's a steady supply of fuel in a predictable manner, not avoiding those volatility.
Yeah.
And at the same time, the economy continues to grow. On average 4-5%, depending on which quarter you are looking at. So when you say that the things have not worked well, if you look at, for example, the GMR, guaranteed minimum return, we can say confidently that we've been able to increase the price for various commodities in terms of them money to pesa mfukoni to farmers. When it comes to coffee, on Saturday I was in Kiambu, and there they are selling their coffee at 130 to the kilo per kilo, and it used to be 50, 60 before, 60 and 8, but now it's gone up. It's the same case with earnings from tea. Sugar per metric ton has moved, sugar cane to 5,500 from 4,500.
Right.
There's a lot that has happened within a very short time that, given the circumstances, really it's absolutely phenomenal. When it comes to affordable housing, for example, we've been able to build in the pipeline now 161,000 houses and creating over 300,000 jobs. You see, when it comes to people who've gone to work abroad and the monies that they are giving us, over 400,000, 452,000 last time I checked, and giving us over 660 billion Kenya shillings, which is only a paltry 5% of what the diaspora is spending out there. So when you talk about that the economy is not doing well, yes, relatively, because maybe you can talk about the issue of the accumulated backlog of things that we need to clear. But I would differ with you very strongly, because looking at the circumstances, His Excellency the President, who is the head of state and head of government, has done exceptionally well. He is indefatigable. He does not sleep. He really works extremely hard. Right now, as you know, he's in Western, and he's just come from Nakuru County, just trying to make sure that he connects with the people, because power is more relational than positional.
Certain question, now that you've brought up this issue of traveling and just meeting the people, tours. One question that has also been on people's lips is the one of the Deputy President, Professor Kindiki, where in the last 3 months since the budget was read, he has spent much more than his predecessor had spent in a similar amount of time. So raising questions as to what is so he has actually, according to the budget allocation, he has spent almost half of the budget allocation in 3 months, yet we have another 9 months to go before he's allocated some extra money. That of course is a point of concern, because even where the money has been spent, according to the reports we're getting, his office is not supposed to be spending money on those particular projects. They belong to ministries under the cabinet.
Again, I beg to differ, Mugala, because who is a deputy president? He's a principal assistant to the president.
True.
So the president, the deputy president, the prime cabinet secretary, the secretary to the cabinet, the head of public service, those 5 offices,
Right.
And I am in the executives of the president. They are overarching. They are not like ministerial jobs where then you are only domiciled within a certain docket portfolio, and even further to state departments. So the work of the deputy president is to ensure that overally the objectives of the government are achieved. Like yesterday, we had a cabinet committee of the whole cabinet, other than the president, and so he chairs all of the cabinet committees to ensure that government programs are implemented, for example, to ensure that he unlocks. He's been trying to, he's done quite a bit. You even saw how he was able to provide very good leadership when it came to the committee, the funeral committee of the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga.
Right.
We are still in denial, by the way, that Right Honorable Raila Odinga is not. He was so much part and parcel of our psyche, and some of us, like myself, have worked with him for 10 years, and of course I rose politically through his party, and I thank God for him for that. So he has demonstrated, the deputy president, immense leadership. So when you talk about empowerment, because that's what I think you're alluding to,
yes,
we have different models of empowering our people. We have the Hustler Fund, which has done extremely well. It doesn't have any political, razzmatazz, and over 70 billion has been given to people. Over 25 million the last time I checked, and counting. And you can see for sure that has had an impact, because fintech technology, people are there, and we promised only 50 billion. We've done more. People have been able to save more money. Groups now, they are bridge loans. Very good if you look at the scorecard. Then you come to the issue of, for example, the Nyota program that has just been launched, to have 820,000 youth, being trained or mentored, or being given a startup, capital, 50,000 shillings for 70 youth, 35 male, female, up to the age of 29 for those with disabilities up to the age of 35. They have just done the aptitude tests. There are questions that people are asking, and we are trying to respond to them. That's another way of empowerment. We've also gone ahead, and ensured that. We are helping our people in terms of now groups. That is now the whole issue of economic empowerment. So that there are people who may not necessarily use fintech. There are people who may not necessarily come on board online. They may not be tech savvy, and they also are deserving. And in the same manner, because what is politics, Mungala? Politics is about he who gets what, where, and how.
Right.
You get, yeah? It's about the distribution of scarce resources. So how they reach to the people, we are a Kenyan democracy. It's direct engagement, and when we do so, it's also a form of public participation. Because what happens? My job as a government spokesman, that's why you call me, is to explain what government has done. Yeah, that's my full-time job.
Yeah.
I'm paid to appear on a show like this one, or I write for the Star. Here, I think that's your brother, right?
Yes, he's my brother.
Yeah. So he's the one who and joined me as a columnist for the Star.
Right.
So what that exactly to be the mouthpiece of government too, and then when the president speaks, he's the number one spokesperson, because he's the head of state government. The principal assistant is the deputy president, and then we all of us follow in that order. And so therefore, I speak on his behalf on the side of government.
Right.
There's one who speaks on his behalf on the side of the state. And so when we go to the grassroots, like as I've said, we were in Kiambu, we met over 2,000 people. people, if we explain to them what the government is doing, they are able to ask us questions. They are able to see. They are able to put names in faces into names, and this is the same way we were able to get in government. Governments are won politically. They are run politically, and so therefore, I don't know anyone who would want to fault the quite admirable, engagement of His Excellency the Deputy President as the principal assistant to the President. Fire see fire, number see number, and it's working. If you go to the grassroots, you can see it. There were sometimes, some places, you needed to engage with the people because this is a challenge. Right. This is a challenge. So you get engaged with the people for X number of period, and then you get elected into office, and then now you have to be in the office, like the way we are seated here, right?
Yes.
With good suits and air-conditioned offices, and you have to work and make decisions based on what you promised. And governments take between 12 to 36 months to settle. It take time, 12 to 36 months, or 12 to 24 months. Let me say, an average of 2 years. That we've talked with many people, who, even myself as a government spokesman. Yes. After about 2 years, then you start feeling, okay, now I have learned the ropes. I know but just before you do that, then people start electioneering. You get, So there's that settling. But then when you stay too much into the office, right, then you disconnect with the people. These very people who elected you, because you see you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. You get the point? Because then you have to face the realities of the moment. You have come into office, there are empty coffers, inflation is high, people say they are wearing sufurias on their head because the unga is very high. You got to deal with all of those, and there are so many things. And I'm very, very, very inspired actually of how His Excellency the President has been able to do quite a bit. Sometimes you just see the results, but foundations are there. Even for this building we're in, they are there, they are strong, and they are silent. They don't shout. So the first thing that we needed to do is to rebuild the foundations.
Dr. You've talked about settling down, and you've said it takes between 12 to 36 months for a government to understand itself and
or an average of 24.
Right.
Yeah.
But when we look at the situation that we are, the people who took over this government, the people who've been in government for quite a while, we're talking about Dr. William Ruto. We're talking about Professor Kindiki. These are not people who are new to government. We're talking about people like C.S. Murkomen. These are people who've been in government for a very long time. So what settling is there that is very much needed, that would take that length of time before people can actually feel proper delivery?
Movie, the question you're asking me sounds like it's ad hominem, in the sense that you are mentioning individuals and their experience.
Right.
Like now, if you have to talk about you, myself and Siti Muga here, if we combine all our experiences, it could be maybe 40, 50 years. But remember, it's different experiences of different, places that we have been. So the same case, this is the fifth administration. Okay. Now, to make up the fifth administration, in itself is a challenge, because you have to, there's what you call group formation. You have to form, you have to storm, norm, and then perform, and it happens even to governments. Like I would want to say confidently, so the storming was last year during the Gen Z protest. That was serious storming, because what people are now saying, we campaigned on the platform of economy. It's the economy, just like the way Bill Clinton said, it's the economy, stupid. Remember that famous statement. So we campaigned, we framed the contest on the basis of economy, right? Our competitors then framed it on the basis of the Constitution. It was very clear. Then they were talking about our constitutional moment, we're talking about an economic moment. So what would it take to transform the economy? We came up with painful decisions that were attuned to our five pillars of the better plan, and they required financing. That is why, of course, for example, the finance bill was unpopularized by those who did not understand where we were coming from, because we wanted to finance our own development. You know, we talked about the universal health care, yet we were in court for more than a year. We talked about affordable housing. The deductions were taken to court. You know, we talked about the issue of agriculture. Value chains. It takes time to actually get resources to finance and all of that. We didn't even have. I mean, we were praying. We needed seed. We needed fertilizer. To reduce it from 7,000, 500 to 2,500, a drop of 5,000, Kenya shillings. Then the issue of rain. Remember, even the president leading us in praying, in one of the stadia here in Nairobi. So you can see the building blocks. It takes time, and also just people coming together. Remember, this government, and this is something that sometimes people forget. This was a hustler government. It's a hustler government. Then there were so many newbies, people who had not really been into government, who are given very key positions, and of course they were also trying to inject that newness. You get the point?
Yes.
They were trying to inject that newness because that is what we required, so that we have a departure from the past. And before then, you start saying, just like planting, you have to plant, then you have to palilia, alafu huyo muti utaanza ukishapalilia ianze kumea matunda, uvune matunda, alafu uende kwa soko. 5 years. Umeshika hapo? Upande, upalilie, uvuna matunda, nimekosa kidogo. Upanilie.
Yes.
No, kupanda.
Naam.
Upanilie. Alafu ime
ndio
uvune matunda, alafu peleke kwa soko. Sasa hiyo miaka mitano, kila mwaka uko na shida yake hapo. So we are now in the 3rd year, going to the 4th year. Already now you can see people know what the government has done in terms of their tangible results. Like
actually, they don't. That's part of the problem.
You can see, for example, the affordable housing. Are there houses? Yes, they are there. You can talk about universal healthcare. Yes, the SHA is there. We can question whether it is working. And for me, I can say for sure it is working. People may have 1 or 2 questions, and we are ready to respond to such and also improve as we go by, like the way we were able to improve the oncology, package. We can talk about the people who have been registered, over 27 million, for example.
Right.
We can talk about the issue of digital super and creative economy, and ask ourselves how many studio machinarians have been done, how many digital hubs. You get so there's something that we can report based on what we promised.
Actually, Isaac,
yes,
that's really not what I'm speaking of. The discussion, as I see it, has very little to do with what the government has done or not done. No. The discussion has been, in my mind, the perception about the presidency and 2 camps. The camp that you belong to, where you are saying and stating, when you have the opportunity, that this is the path we said we're going to follow,
yes,
and this is what we are doing. And then there is a different camp who are determined to say that nothing is happening, irrespective of what you say. Even if you point to evidence, they will say they'll turn around and say no, that's not what we need. When you say we have houses, they'll ask who told you we need houses. When you say but SHA is working, it has hiccups, you'll be told but NHIF was much better. The discussion and why this discordance exists with the effective and efficient way the government has communicated what it does, because everything you are doing, you're pointing it out as independent things that are happening. But there was a roadmap. A roadmap that, in my mind, the government had. A roadmap that was supposed to communicate to us what it is that they hope to do, so that at this point in time, this is where we'll be. At this point in time, but where we're going is this. Now that falls squarely in your docket, Mheshimiwa.
Yes, and that's the reason why I'm here with you. Exactly that, City Muga. This is a political economy. And when it is a political economy, you remember there was a time now there was no clear definition of who is in government and who is in the opposition, especially when it came to the issue of the broad-based government. But now we can clearly say there is a very clear distinction between who is in government and who is in the opposition. the group around, the former vice president, the former deputy president, and others who are coalescing around them, they are defining themselves as opposition to government. And those of us now who are in the broad-based, including the recent Entland Kanu, now we are the one in government. We're in the broad-based government. So remember, we had the Kenya Kwanza administration alone, and now we have the broad-based government. Now, you wouldn't fault the opposition people for wanting to compete for power by trying to show that there's nothing that we have done. But nothing can be further from the truth. The fact that they are saying it, the fact that they are questioning it, does not mean that it's not happening. It's for Kenyans to judge. And also, when you ask the question, City, if that is then the representative of the sentiments, and I really appreciate, because also when we come here, we get to hear the feedback, is that we have... what is it that we are doing that therefore then is out of tune with the people? And as the simple answer would be, when we got elected, when the president got elected, because he was the one on the ballot for the government with his running mate, and now of course after what was happening and everything else, he is a president. He is a president with a 5-year contract. What was a social contract? It is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It is the manifesto that was robustly canvassed in all the 47 counties with over 100,000 people of all those walks of life who participated. I was very much involved in it. In fact, the very raw draft, I am the one who actually came up with it. It was a 10-point agenda, but it was refined as the process went by. You can imagine engaging over 100,000 people. We started the first, in Nyeri. We went all the way. We organized one for Kiambu. We trained people in Naivasha, all those kind of things. It was I have never seen, because I have participated in making manifestos before, but I have never seen such a consultative process. In fact, the president was extremely deliberate in his quest, to ensure that he implements what the people themselves had. And one of the things that, of course, now we are currently doing is to audit, even the 47 county charters. What have we been able to do? For example, a very clear case in point that speaks for itself. We promised to employ 116,000 teachers. By January, the next year, God willing, we'll have done 100,000. So we'll be left with a deficit of 16,000. That in itself is extremely commendable. We, for example, were able to ensure that we'll have milk coolers. Just recently, PS Jonathan Mweke and Faith Getao, they were able to flag some coolers in Nyandarua. We are trying to do our best. If you go to Kakamega, for example, we have now a gold processing factory there that is over 90% complete. We have been able to build a lot of markets across. I remember being in Homa Bay, the Koginga Fish Market, which is really good. We ate a lot of good right there. And then you can see development is distributed across counties. Just recently we were in Kitui. The Ithokwe airstrip is there. It's only the terminus building that is yet to be done. We have a whole stadium there, over 10,000, that we just do the final touches. The roads that are there, they even have a mini state lodge. So and we are even talking about energy because of that Grand High for dams. We've already done the costings that can even be able to get us 700 megawatts. So we have a very clear plan. We do have a challenge.
Okay.
We do have a challenge, and the president has actually been able to analyze. At the midterm, he's been able to analyze that these problems that that we need to overcome is that we need about 1.5 trillion to deal with 3 issues. First, the issue of food, so that we remove this food import bill to 500 billion. It's a lot of money that we are sending to other economies, yet we can produce locally. Number 2 is the issue of energy. We need about 10,000 megawatts. That's why we are looking at alternative sources of renewable energy like nuclear, which I've been very vocal about. In fact, we are the ones who started this whole conversation with Abuyabo, the CEO of Nupea. Now people from the coast had issues, but then the people of Sierra gladly accepted to have the project. We are talking about the issue of infrastructure, roads, airports. Like if you go to our airport here, the other day I came from a certain country, and I can tell you without a doubt, it is a bit embarrassing. That is not an airport of our stature, and if we continue this way, other countries will take over. Yet we are a transit economy by and large. So it's very clear, because now we have gotten time to reflect and create a vision where we can really move. We are now a lower middle income economy.
Right.
But the Kenya Vision 2030, was the envisaged a truly middle income economy. And if you look at ongoing conversations between His Excellency the President and the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga, that really their consensus is that what made Singapore to succeed, other than the way we were right now, because we are at part independence, and it boiled down to leadership. I came across this. There's a certain allow me not to mention names for purposes of diplomacy.
Okay.
There's a certain gentleman who wants to run for president in a certain country south of our borders, and he was saying their country was worth $1 billion and 3 million people at independence, and our country was worth $1 billion and 10 million people at independence. Now we are so much ahead of them. So there's progress that we have made, but not as much as Singapore and Korea.
Daktari.
And so, let me make this point.
Okay.
And so therefore, Mungala, we are making progress. You see, we targeted to be a middle income economy, but we have moved from LDC to LMIC. You see, the least developed country to lower middle income economy. But we can move to middle and upper. The dream of countries that in the last 30 to 40 years have been able to lift millions of your people out of poverty. A case in point like China, because of change of leadership policy, Deng Xiaoping, is very commendable. Leadership almost invariably has capacity to transform society.
Daktari, are you able to quantify the promises that were made versus what has been delivered? For example, did you promise 100, let me call them things, 100 things? Have you delivered 20, 30, 40, 10? Are you able to give us specific numbers?
No, well, we will have to do the one by one. There are quite a number of promises that were there. I think they are well tabulated. You can go to the better plan, you'll see. But honestly and sincerely, they have been fulfilled quite a number of it. The only thing that I would want to say is that we've inherited a myriad of problems that cannot be resolved within 3 years, all of them. But are we going the right trajectory in dealing with them? Yes. Is there tangible work that can be seen? Yes. Especially in the 5 pillars. Because you see now, you can't do everything. Every administration must have priorities. For example, when I used to work as an advisor to the Prime Minister, we also had the Prime Minister's priorities. Now that model, if I can remember, because we had the Prime Minister's Service Delivery Unit, which I was part of, with even Chris Kipto here, who is now the PS for National Treasury, was borrowed from Tony Blair. In fact, we even had some advisors like Margaret Sena and others that I may not remember, who were directly working with Tony Blair. And we have the Tony Blair Institute here. We even had Professor Hino, who was mentioned highly because of climate change and environment, who we used to work with as well. So you prioritize certain areas. You know, you have the 5 pillars of the better plan. We have the Nairobi River regeneration. You have the Talanta Stadium. Huge infrastructural projects that also are transformation. Look at, we've just come from Chan 2024, and you can see how that united our country. You can see how the president was able to rally the country. Harambee Stars, the motivation. We can even see the Harambee Starlets just recently. And so therefore, that is what we need to do. In fact, in my office, because City, you asking me about my office, we have what we call the Uzalendo Initiative, which is we try to make people to love their country, because even when you have differences, we should not end up burning parliament, attacking State House, building, destroying other people's business just because we have political grievances. And we're asking people, mimi ni Mkenya mzalendo, J wewe, mimi ni Mkenya mzalendo daima. And then you speak life, say Kenya itainuka, Kenya itasimama, Kenya itanawiri kwa umoja na uzalendo. You have to love your country, because when even it's biblical. Me, I'm a born again Christian. I'm not shy to talk about that.
Right.
You see, this man called Cornelius, when he was he had a sick he had a sick servant. When they wanted Jesus Christ to come, the elders told Jesus that we are vouching for him because he loves our country and he's enabled to.
Cornelius was a Roman centurion.
Was able to. No. I mean, I've gotten the name of the person.
No, you're right about him. You're speaking. I'm just giving him the titles. He was a Roman, and his man who had a sick servant.
Yes, exactly.
Carry on.
So yeah, thank you for that. So you see now he said he loves our country, number one, and number two, he's been able to build for us a synagogue. What there's something that people need to understand.
Right.
City. When your country prospers, you also prosper. When your country goes down, you also go down. We must love country.
Okay.
And I want to appreciate Kenyans because there's something that is very good. If you look at the wrists of many of us, we have this wristband. I have had this year since 2006. So this is the 19th year. I find this almost everywhere. Find any Kenyan around the world, they will have this. So that's our way of showing uzalendo. But it needs to move a little bit fast. Sometimes we ask, okay, which side of the flag are you arguing Kenya from? But we must love our country.
Okay.
And we may have different opinions on how to drive this country. But then the most important thing is, are we there? Are we doing it? Yes, we may contest, but we should not destroy it.
Daktari, does this country love its citizens? Because there are 2 of them in Uganda currently, and we are not hearing any noise from the government about them. It looks like it's the civil society and Kenyans in general asking the whereabouts of Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo. What is the government doing about it?
That issue, let's not talk about it because those are matters that are security in nature. Let us leave it because they are not canvassed in public. Yes.
There's something that I'd like to say, Mheshimiwa. The simple understanding is the work that your office has is an honest one. It's not simple. Let me start with a question. Is there any ministry within our government that does not have a communication department?
Many of them do. But when I took over as a government spokesman, we did something called the Government Roadshow. And we discovered that the communication function had actually been relegated to the periphery. And we found...
Why?
Just the way things sometimes happen. Sometimes people feel like that's not a very important function. But right now, as we speak, we have made very good progress. We've been able to ensure that we have proper communications unit. As we speak right now, we are auditing all of the communication officers and information officers so that they are well aligned. There is also recruitment, issues to do with promotion, issues to ensure that when you have a communication director, he's also involved in the decision making of that Ministry of State Department. And also we have a younger, this Gen Z, because they know how to communicate with their fellows. Like now, if you come to my office, and by the way, it's true, as you said, City, my office is very busy. Like yesterday, I left my office at 10. And for the last 3 days, that was what been happening. And I started I started work at 7 yesterday. Even now, as we speak, we've already started working. And after this, I'm going to chair another very long meeting. Sometimes even lasts 5 hours or so, because communication has become very important, and especially when you now come to the cyberspace. Because when you talk about matter of national security, is land layer and sea, but also now the cyberspace is very something. So yes, we are now revamping this whole communication aspect. We've come up with a very good communication policy and strategy that is waiting to be presented to cabinet, so that then we are able now to be attuned to the current status of being. But before that, when we came in, for sure, I can assure you, things were not as good as they should have.
See why I asked the question? I benchmark my question with the COVID period, when the Ministry of Health, under the leadership of Mutahi Kagwe, did something fairly unique. Every single day, they would give the country an update. Without fail. So you couldn't say you have not heard, you have not been informed. When we were changing the 1,000 bob denomination, whatever it is we're doing with it, I have actually never seen such a campaign. The details that the central bank went through, Central Bank of Kenya, not of another country, the number of days that you had to turn in your old fiduciary issues, up until a week, a day, an hour. Again, communication. You could not say you had not. And then they even gave you a little spare time, said, okay, maybe you missed out, you still have this time. It was communicated. This particular president did things that changed our politicking in very many ways. He campaigned on issues as opposed to what we ordinarily campaign on. You may not like the issues, but they were issues. Then the complaints we currently have he brought it upon himself because he went and signed, he spoke, created charters, signed, meaning there's documented evidence about what it is. Again, our politics has never seen it, we are seeing it. A certain bar was set high. I don't think it is the sole duty of your office to communicate issues around what the government does. I don't think so, because you have to get the information from other ministries. The reason I ask this question is this. Every government is unique. And every government is part of a continuum. You inherit things, you inevitably do. Now, as you move forward, what you inherit inevitably will come in the way. But it brings, or it begs the question, when a clear roadmap like the one which was set during campaigns about what we want to do, one didn't hear the follow-up, meaning updating people regularly and saying, on this, the president cannot be the chief spokesman for the things that he's doing. That, in my opinion, is not his job. He can speak about it, but the people who are in these various ministries that are supposed to oversight all these programs should come out and speak about these things now in greater detail. The president cannot go into details in a rally. Political rallies are not made of such details. Why am I giving this background, even as I ask my question, Mheshimiwa, is this. When you are a government that has been given a terrible rap by people in the opposition, and you have a situation where the people tend to believe what it is that the opposition are actually saying, even if it is not true. Some of it are true, but a good portion of what is said is actually not true. That particular burden rests on those who have been given the docket of communication. It is not the president's docket. You are the spokesman and we point fingers at you, but you're not the only person who should be talking about these things, because you are not an expert in agriculture, you're not an expert in diplomacy, you're not an expert in defense. There are people who should come up and communicate these things. Now you say there's something that you are doing. Before you said it here in this particular forum, had you heard about it?
Nope.
Now, all I'm saying is, when things arise, the simple process of simply saying, folks, we know there's a problem here, this is what we're doing. There'll be a lot of bashing, but you've said it. And when you say it again, over time, there always will be a body of people who say, but actually, we were told this. We blame your office and the offices of communication in other ministries because they have information that they know, but the public doesn't know. And the public should know.
Okay, let me respond as follows, if you allow me. Number one, you gave a very good example of COVID times. Now, during COVID times, there was very little activity. And so therefore, there was less clutter and very less noise. People were in danger and they had to listen for their own survival. So that's not a very good example, because those were extraordinary circumstances that required all of us to be very careful to stop the spreading of the virus, and we succeeded. Now, there is something that used to happen before, because I hear this question a lot of times about, why don't you do it like so and so? Before, there were very few media outlets, right? So if you allow me to mention, for example, during the first spokesperson from Mutua, it was KBC. So we were all tuned there to listen from one source. What has since happened? Now it's like almost everybody has become a journalist with their little station called a Twitter or a TikTok account, where they broadcast about themselves and what they know. Just before I came, I was looking at what people were saying online about Tanzanian elections. And you can even see people doing broadcasting, and saying things like, I found some posts from a certain country. I mean, the Facebook page is named after a country. And then they were saying this is what is happening in the Tanzanian elections, but it is actually not true because the people are speaking in French. I don't think they'll you get it. But for somebody who doesn't know, they may not. They may think that's Kiswahili. You understand? Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of misinformation. What I'm trying to say, there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation because everybody wakes up and they broadcast from their bedroom, and that in itself has posed a challenge that I myself as a government spokesman am alive to. So one of the things that I have done is to transition my office from using that model of a presser once a week to having what I call products or ways of communicating on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. And of course still maintaining the press briefing. And even when you do the press briefing, because you're not using like one TV station, one or whatever, you still don't reach people because people don't make an appointment in the evening, for example, to watch TV. Radio is still very powerful because you can listen as you go to work and all of that. But at the same time, there are many radio stations. You can't get everyone at a go. In fact, when it comes to social media, WhatsApp groups are becoming powerful, but then you belong to a WhatsApp group that I may not to, and vice versa. So they become echo chambers, where then you resonate with each other, and I call this the algorithmic fragmentation and the colonization of the borderless. You get such that then you can be influenced by people out there. We now have people who are doing what we call click farms. You know, they have 1 million phones and they can even trend things. You see, and yet they are trying to influence conversations. And in a way, you can tell that is what happened even in the protests that we have witnessed. And then now you have a situation where you come into an maybe not very well modernized communication apparatus. When you take over. Now, it takes time also to develop. Kenya has never had a communication policy. It's that now that we want to really have one, and I believe that under my leadership, we'll end up finally having a communication policy. Recently, we had a very good PSS breakfast. All the PSS about communications, We intend to have similar, appointments. We meet once every month with the PSS. There's a brief that we give. The cabinet, as I said, we are all very much attuned to that. Now, when you have ministries, also you can see now increasingly the ministers are also now speaking about their dockets. In fact, those are some of the conversations that have been emphasized a lot. We are going to the ground. Like on Saturday, we were in Kiambu to tell people what the government has done. So you'll find a lot of ways of doing it, but the centrality, the uniformity that was there before is not guaranteed because of the new media regime. And you agree with me, even as I speak with you here, we are not just having the way you used just to hear, FM. I can see it there. We are actually, is it on YouTube? Yeah,
YouTube and several other platforms,
isn't it? That is a new feature. It never used to happen before. So it's audio video, right?
Yes.
We talk and then people, so that is also that transitioning and making sure that then also government is up to speed is an issue. So, for example, in my office, I have a lot of gens. In fact, they form the bulk of the office. And let me say this also, because it's very fundamental and something that I have learned, and I really appreciate this lesson, and I thank God that I was able to do so. For managers, fix the bottom. That's why you have the bottom-up economic model. Fix the bottom. When the bottom is working, the top will work. But if the bottom is not working, the top will have to fabricate some kind of things so that to cover up for the shortcomings. Okay. Now, that is why we are trying to make sure that the bottom, in terms of the state departments and ministries, they have capacity. Already the PS for broadcasting, Stephen Saboke, has issued a follow-up circular to ensure that we have, communications unit. It was my recommendation, I must say this, when we went around the whole of the 22 ministries and the state law office, that's one of the things that I recommended. Number one, we should have communications units led by a director level, so the director will be in management. Number two is to ring-fence resources for it. Number three is to have a communications indicator in the performance contract so that everybody knows that they need to communicate. I wrote to the new PS for performance contracting. He wrote back to me. We are going to review because I think there are some because of change of departments, we did not achieve that. But I'm still pursuing. In fact, we were discussing about it again, recently. So we are in the reform mode. And I want to tell you, most of the products that now you are seeing, let me explain this because it's very important. So my predecessors would just do a presser, and that's it. So the audio, the text, and the video is done by the mainstream media, right? Now I have to do it myself. I have to do live stream. I have my own podcast called Semana Spokes. We do a single flyer every day called GOK Today. I don't know if you come across it. We even used to do a video about 5 key issues that government has done every day. We are able to do a weekly bulletin, which is like a newspaper for the whole of the ministries. We have what we call GOK Daily News Brief, which is an analysis of how, based on what has been communicated from the ministries, departments, and agencies, how is it relating to the better plan. I've just come from going through one today.
Right.
We've been able to do these county tours where we go out there and see what development projects there are and publicize them. The last one we did was like now, if it is Kitui, if it is Kwale, if it is, so that we show people what is happening. We, for example, are able now, of course, to come to radio and TV stations, not just waiting for press briefings, so that we have a whole 1 hour with you, for example, like today, where you ask me questions. And I'm happy, City, you said some of the things you are hearing for the first time here. That's why I need to come. But you can imagine how many radio stations I've got to do. That's why I have my 2 deputies. That's why Gabriel has been here, Mwanaisha, and other voices, because also we have people who then all speak for government. So we also do a narrative every week of what government has been able to do. You see, like right now, we have been focusing on the 8 laws. What do they mean to Kenyans? Because there's out like I went to a certain informal gathering, and people are saying now we are being told to pay to do this and that, which was outrightly wrong.
Are they actually being asked to pay land rates?
No, there's nothing like that. Completely nothing like that. The freehold and whatever. That is propaganda. Okay. And when laws are being processed, they go through different versions. Somebody can come up with a legislative proposal, but what is the most important thing is what is assented to as law by the president, what is passed by parliament. So you have to do, because then before you set foot, before you wake up from your bed, the lie has gone there twice. So we are dealing with that. People who do open and outright lies just because they want clickbait, they want click, they want that kind of thing. And in fact, on Monday I was opening a workshop, a summit, Afri-Asia Drug Treatment Summit here, and I was telling them it's like we have now codified this addiction the same way it is done for drug and substance abuse, so that then now even issues of mental health and social media and all of that, they're serious challenges. So to cut the long story short, we are in a totally different regime, City Muga. Very different from what others have done before, but we are doing our best to be up to speed, to be fit for purpose. One of the things that I'm doing is that I want, my office has been a one-man office, but now I'm building it into an institution. I have 5 departments. There's the mainstream media department. There is a new media department, because these are the 2 main arms of communication or channels. Right. Then we have communication research and planning, because you have to really research over time. There's production, and then programs and partnerships. You see, those are the 5 key pillars of my of departments of my office. So programs and partnerships now, what do we do with others? Like yesterday we were with Conrad and our Stiftung, it's a German political foundation. They've been able to help us to do what we call inclusive communication for those with disabilities. You get the point. They've been able to get some scholarships for 2 of our staff, one of whom is studying AI, so that we are able to be attuned to AI, that kind of thing. When we talk about communication research and planning, we are organizing a breakfast so that people can come and say, what are we learning in this communication space? Because we are learning institution. When we talk about production, we have to produce all of these things, so that then we have products for the social media. Mainstream media, of course, is very clear. You call a presser, you go to, like the way I'm here today. But new media also, how are we pushing on our socials? What are they telling us? What social listening? So we are very clear. But then it's a new paradigm shift that is yet to take traction. And also, we've now been able to form a forum of GOK heads of communication, because they are many. They are the 23 ministries, yes, or 50 or so, or thereabout state departments, and then you have all of the other 300 plus state agencies, so that we are able now to share and tell each other, and there's that exchange. All of the press statements must be copied to me as a government spokes, because as you said, spokes, you are supposed to to know everything. Yeah, just like the way my higher ups are supposed to. But then you can only get it. So we analyze over the week, how many state departments, how many ministries have issued press statements. Right. Then we look at them, then we're able to now give so our work is to collect, and then amplify. But then they are the primary communicators, because they are the docket holders, and they are the ones who know what they are doing.
We have 3 minutes, Daktari. Back to the 8 controversial bills. Why did the president assent to them on 15th of October? He could have done it at any other time, before or after.
No, I mean, honestly, that's not a fair question, because that's the prerogative of the president. You cannot question his authority to do things. That that is his prerogative. Yeah, so I mean that's not a fair question.
Okay.
Mugala Mbuvi.
Because
It's like
people are
asking you, why did you decide to host me here at 7 a.m. You asked me to come, and I came.
The reason I'm asking that specific question is because you know the rumors that have been online, and I'm calling them rumors because a lot of things were said specifically in regards to the signing of the bills. What is happening in courts, that is a conversation for another day. But specifically, why did he wait for that particular morning? He could have done it days before or days after the morning period. That is mainly the question.
But
that Kenyans are asking.
how would the government spokesman know this?
I'm asking him, and
I'm actually listening, and I'm wondering.
He can give us an answer, because you see, at the
how
end of the
would
day,
he know what the president is thinking?
Siwacha ajibu swali.
No, I'm wondering. I'm wondering aloud, but he's here. He can answer.
No, I think that's the prerogative of the president, and we cannot discuss the person and decisions of the president. He's the president. We leave it at that. There's nothing else we can say. Whatever people say on social media, the most important thing is to ask, those laws, are they beneficial to Kenyans? Yes, and I'll take you very quickly. Number one, the issue of cybercrime. Basically is to ensure that there is no abuse online, to avoid our children getting into pornography, the issue of extreme religious cults and what have you, the issue of ensuring that virtual assets, they have an address here in Nairobi so that we can follow up, the issue of ensuring that a privatization process is done as per the court, the way the High Court ruled through Parliament, to ensure that our police men and women have got mental health psychosocial counseling unit at the National Police Service Commission, to ensure, for example, that we have all the land that belongs to public entities is registered by the names of those public entities, like our schools. And also, when you are a developer, you subdivide land, and then it has to be registered officially so that you don't sell it later. I mean, very progressive laws. I'm wondering why people are making a lot of noise. It's just the politicization of the same. And even when you look at, for example, what is before court, it is arguable. But I think this era of misinformation, disinformation, they may actually even influence people to make decisions. But let's wait for the courts to pronounce themselves, because we cannot speak on behalf of the court. That will be prejudicial. But I believe for sure those laws are progressive, and we must be able to ensure that we bring our sanity into our institutions. We don't want people to be land grabbers. We don't want our children to be affected negatively. So really, I really want to commend His Excellency the President and of course Parliament for such. And by the way, out of those 8 laws, 5 are private members' bills. That is to mean these are the people's representatives. It's not government sponsored. It's the individuals who brought those bills, and they were able to be passed.
Mheshimiwa, this policy you speak of, when do you think it will be up and running?
We are waiting for it to come to cabinet. I believe that I don't want to give time, but I believe that possibly in the course of before the year ends or early next year, we should be able to have it. So after it comes from cabinet, it has to go to Parliament. There's a process, but already we've done the legwork. We've been meeting.
So where is it right now?
It is in between the AG, the National Treasury. Before it proceeds to the next level. But we've done that very well. We had a technical committee. My 2 deputies were represented there. We're in the top decision making committee with the other people, with Secretary of the Cabinet and others. And it's been very progressive. It's been progressive. We even have come up with a structure of how to have a unified messaging and how to rally everybody on board. So I'm happy and optimistic about it.
All right.
Yes.
We've come to the end of the show, but I'll allow you 1 minute to give us a closing remark.
So I think, fellow Kenyans, I really want to say thank you very much for listening to me. I hope we can continue to engage. Let's love our country. Let's pray for our country. Let's pray for our president. And let's do the best, each and every one of us, because we are total sum of productivity and output of all of us doing it together. Nobody can do it alone. We may have differences in opinion. There will always be political contestations because power is won that way. But I believe, and I'm very certain, that with what the government is doing, we are on the right trajectory, and the president, he is really doing his best. Let's support him. Let's support the government, and so that we can all benefit. Because when the country rides, even we also rise. Kenya itainuka, Kenya itasimama, Kenya itanawiri kwa umoja na uzalendo. Mimi ni Mkenya mzalendo. Wewe, mimi ni Mkenya mzalendo daima. Mungu ibariki Kenya.
All right, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's health sector continues to battle uneven access to reliable care, with a new national review showing that 4 out of every 10 medical facilities still lack key tools and systems needed to serve patients safely and effectively. The findings point to deep gaps between hospitals and lower-level centers, with rural areas carrying the heaviest burden. The 2024 Kenya Health Facility Assessment, Quality of Care and Human Resources for Health report evaluated more than 3,600 facilities covering every county and all public level 4 and 5 hospitals. Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale presided over the launch of the report. A TikToker and activist, Kan Maio, has been charged in a Kenyan court under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. He is accused of posting false information on Facebook that allegedly caused panic among police officers and their families. Through his lawyers, Maio denied the allegations, calling the charges politically motivated and urging the court to grant him a personal bond. His defense team argued he is not a flight risk, does not hold a passport, and has repeatedly cooperated with police summons, even presenting himself before officers arrived on several occasions.
He has honored all summons since the 1st of July to date. Has been summoned 8 times by the police. He has always arrived before the police arrive. He is not a gentleman that you will say will not appear before you or any other court. Thank you.
But Your Honor, just like to add that the accused is only facing 1 count.
Busia Senator Okiya Omtata is pushing for transparency over the privatization and operations of the former Webuye Pan Paper Mills, now Rai Paper. In a statement read on his behalf by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna in the Senate, Omtata called on the Trade, Industrialization and Tourism Committee to explain how the plant was sold in 2016 for 900 million Kenya shillings, a figure he says was far below government valuation. He argued that Kenyans deserve answers on whether due process was followed in disposing of the major public asset.
So this is a statement I'm reading on behalf of the Honorable Senator Andrew Okiya Omtata Koiti, Senator for Busia. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the privatization and the current operations of the Webuye Pan Paper Mills, now known as Rai Paper Mills. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Rai Paper Mills, formerly Webuye Pan Paper Mills in Webuye, Bungoma County, was privatized in 2016 following years of receivership. The factory was reportedly sold to Talo Chan Limited, a subsidiary of the Rai Group, at a price of Kenya shillings 900 million.
Equity Group Holdings has posted a strong performance for the third quarter of the 2025, with profit after taxing rising by 32% to 54.1 billion Kenya shillings. The growth was driven by strong regional contributions, improved efficiency and rebound in the Kenyan banking business. According to Equity Group's CEO James Mwangi, profit after tax rose to 54.1 billion Kenya shillings in the 9 months to September 2025, up from 40.9 billion Kenya shillings a year earlier.
But that is because of many things. The insurance group has grown, but the biggest contributor was Kenya. Kenya has bounced back, it has recovered, and we are now in a position to focus on supporting our people, and specifically women, youth, and entrepreneurs. We have seen the momentum of our regional branches, subsidiaries, particularly DRC, which is heavy, the small, light subsidiaries like Tanzania and Uganda and Rwanda.
The Trump administration will limit the number of refugees admitted to the U.S. to 7,500 over the next year and give priority to white South Africans. The move, announced in a notice published on Thursday, marks a dramatic cut from the previous limit of 125,000 set by former President Joe Biden and will bring the cap to a record low. No reason was given for the cut, but the notice said it was justified by humanitarian concerns or is otherwise in the national interest. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. The time right now is exactly 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. And we are getting into that second last hour before we say kwaheri to the month. I hope wherever you are enjoying it and definitely looking forward to... And it's actually a Friday. Wow. Ndio hit sahihi vizuri sana. Anyway, Siti Muga kwa hapa kwenye studio na mimi. But most importantly, we are with Dr. Daniel Katambo. He's a consultant physician and founder and CEO, Afya Code and Clinic Reversa. He's going to be telling us what that is all about, but specifically he's here to talk about diabetes reversal and of course weight loss. Na amekuja right on time kwa sababu nataka kulose weight. Daktari, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, how are you?
Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much for having me.
Tell us a bit about Afya Code and Clinic Reversa.
So Afya Code and Clinic Reversa is an organization that I established in 2020, actually during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So during COVID, I had just come from Bermuda and I was actually here on a sabbatical 2 years. I was doing a study on diabetes reversal.
Okay.
And then we were just hit by COVID.
Yes.
And therefore there was no going back. And then I found
to Bermuda now.
Yes.
Okay.
I found myself having to sit down and try and figure out how to pass information to people.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I developed the first one, the website that I have, which is afyacode.com, and started providing information on weight loss, type 2 diabetes reversal, and then I realized people were it was gaining a lot of traction, and with that, because of that lag time, I was blessed to open a clinic that is called Clinic Reversa.
Okay.
And it has just grown. So the purpose of that company, or the two companies, the website in as much as it's called Afya Code, it has grown to be quite big. It has a lot of information on type 2 diabetes, hypertension, type 1 diabetes, and all that stuff, because you realize so many people out here are suffering because of lack of information, lack of awareness. So that creation is very important. And that is now merged or tied in together with the clinics that we run. Now we have 3 branches in Kenya. We have one in Naivasha, one in Thika, and one in Nairobi here, where we see patients and advocate for weight loss, type 2 diabetes reversal, cholesterol, and generally non-communicable diseases from a perspective of not using drugs. Yes.
When you talk about reversing diabetes, because from what I understand, type 1 diabetes is autoimmune, where your body attacks insulin producing cells.
Yeah.
And then type 2 is where your body is literally resistant to insulin.
Yeah.
How do you reverse that?
Yeah, so we basically talk about type 2 diabetes reverse, or type 2, not type 1. Yes.
Okay.
Remember, the condition is maybe what you didn't check when you asked me that question was what really causes insulin resistance.
Okay.
So you got to back down and look at yourself now and ask yourself what led to insulin resistance. So in this case, I must say I'm not talking about type 2 diabetes, not type 1 diabetes. They're two different physiological entrance to them.
Okay. So maybe, sorry for stopping you, but perhaps then, for the sake of the listener who's probably hearing this for the very first time, help us differentiate between type 1 and type 2.
So thank you. Let me begin by making it very simple. What is diabetes? Simply said, diabetes means elevated sugars. So all of us need sugar, and it's at a certain level. All right. So most of us, it's supposed to be around 4 to 7.8 after we eat.
Okay.
All right. That's max. But
teacher, what is this for? Or 8
millimoles per liter. So it's a number we use, the units we use.
Okay.
In the US, they use slightly different, but here in Kenya, we use numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to around 30 something, 40 if your sugars are really high. In the US, they use milligrams per deciliter, which you will hear 70, 300, 400. So here in Kenya, we use millimoles per liter.
Okay.
So ours is supposed to range between 4 and let's say 8. But for some people, this number can go up due to various reasons. Now, if you need to understand that when you take in sugar, the pancreas produces insulin to bring the sugar down. So the purpose of the pancreas, through the beta cells, produces insulin to bring the sugar down that you have just eaten. Does that work well?
That makes a lot of sense.
Tuko pamoja.
Kabisa.
Now, assume you've taken sugar and there is no insulin. What happens to the sugar?
It goes up.
It goes up. So then there is a pathology or there is a problem with the pancreas. All right? Because there is totally no sugar. That is type 1 diabetes, which is brought about by attack. Your own soldiers are supposed to fight infections, virus, protozoa, all those. But some of them just decide to come and fight your pancreas and they kill the beta cells. So there is no more production of insulin. All right. This is type 1 diabetes, and it's more common in the young. It is diagnosed in the young. You hear people saying that mtoto wangu wako na diabetes. It is more common.
Yeah, when we say young, give us an age
it has 2 peaks in the young. That's between 5 and 7 years.
Yes.
And at puberty, at around 12 and 14 years. However, anyone at any stage can get type 1 diabetes. Even a 40-year-old or 50-year-old can get type 1. But it's more common in the younger generation.
Okay.
That's another difference between type 1 and type 2. Now, if now you brought in your sugar, remember, you brought in your sugar in whatever form that it came, you're eating, and especially carbohydrates are the ones that are broken down into sugar. Now, if you are now producing insulin to bring the sugar down, all right? And you continue doing this for a long time. So it is up, down, up, down. So the pancreas is working hard. Now, the one concept you need to understand is when you continue taking a lot of sugar in your body, the pancreas continues also to produce a lot of insulin. All right? Sometimes to a higher extent because we keep eating. We keep eating, like tumekula asubuhi, saa 4, saa 7, saa 10 na jioni.
Na kwa hizo chakula zote kuna sukari.
Yeah.
Carbohydrates.
Yes, that are being broken down to sugar. The pancreas is constantly working. But remember, we do not need all this sugar. So the insulin in the initial years, what the insulin does, it takes the excess sugar and converts it into weight. So kitambi ni sukari. So it is what you
but in your kweli.
So you and I have a lot of sugar.
Oh yeah. No, the sugar is converted to fat. So that's a conversation for another day.
So this gentleman doesn't have sugar.
No, I'm sure he has.
I didn't say.
Hana kitambi.
No, one of the effects is kukua na kitambi. Kuna zingine, but one of them ni kitambi. All right, daktari, kindly
yes.
continue.
So what happens is that the insulin, there are a lot of the excess insulin, which at this point we are calling it hyperinsulinemia. At this stage, earlier stage, you are supposed to produce the normal insulin, which is helping you just work through your day. But when now you begin producing a lot of it because of the response to the amount of sugar that is coming in, you get into hyperinsulinemia state. Okay. And the hyperinsulinemia or the excess is converting the excess sugar into weight. So pole pole, you begin gaining weight. So especially after form 4 campus, unaanzanga tu, unaona kakitambi kanaanza kukama, unasema nalipo poa, naendesha Mercedes.
Very true.
Unaelewa, naendesha, tunanua gari 2 3, tunaweka.
So you start becoming more and more sedentary.
Exactly, more and more sedentary and more eating. So this process,
it's a feedback mechanism. City anajicheka because it's exactly what he does.
This one is shared because every time he says something, I look at him and I say, okay, so brother Hana Yokitu.
So it's more self-reflection.
Yes.
Evaluation.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what happens is the pancreas continues doing this year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. What do you expect the pancreas to do? At some point now, remember the pancreas, let's say, theoretically, the pancreas is supposed to produce 300 units of insulin. But during this time when you're producing a lot, you now start producing around 900 units. Because it's a lot. You're producing a lot of insulin per day. This is theoretical, right? What do you think will happen to the insulin that you're producing? Number one, the insulin you're producing could not be functioning well, because remember, it is supposed, if a factory is supposed to produce bullets, 300 bullets in a day, and now it is forced to produce 900. Some of them will be spoiled, or most of them will not be in good condition. That is what now we start to see what insulin resistance is all about. Your own cells, remember now, si uko na kitambi. Now remember the muscle cells and your adipocytes, which is where your abdomen is, those fatty cells start to resist insulin. You understand? They resist. So the more insulin that is coming, when you try and it goes now to open the cells to store the sugar, there is now that resistance. So you're having now the concept of insulin resistance checks in. All right? If this condition is not checked at this point, because the pancreas is producing a lot of insulin that is becoming non-used and it's becoming more and more resistance, what do you think affects the factory? It shuts down. And the sugar is still there, so you get type 2 diabetes. So in this type 2 diabetes, you still have insulin that is being produced, but it's either not working properly, or now the pancreas has reduced the amount of insulin that is producing. So in type 2 diabetes, there is insulin. It's only that you are resistant to it. So that's type 2 diabetes. But remember, there are many types of diabetes. I must mention to the listeners, there is gestational diabetes, which gets women that have
carrying pregnancy.
And that's why all women that have type 2 diabetes, are pregnant at 24 and 28 weeks, they must make sure that they are screened. There's also diabetes that is brought about by drugs, especially steroids and many other drugs that can you can get an accident due to the pancreas, and you can get diabetes, and many other forms of diabetes can arrive. Now when we talk about type 2 diabetes reversal, it is all about now looking at your weight. It is now looking at what you're eating to bring it down, because remember, the problem was brought about by sugar. All right. When you now reduce the sugar, remember the pancreas was storing a lot of insulin. Was producing a lot of insulin. Then kaka reduce. So what you need to do is to match the amount of sugar that you're bringing
to the amount of insulin being produced.
Exactly. And when you do that, if you are developed diabetes, you actually find yourself, there's a marker we use called HbA1c, and you're able to drop it down significantly. And when you maintain that to around an HbA1c of less than 6.5, only using one drug called metformin, then you have reversed it. If you have used it, if you maintain an HbA1c of less than 6.5 without any drug, then you put your diabetes into remission.
Okay. I've learned a lot. I thought I knew. Now I know much more. Question here. When we reduce that to the level you were talking about now, where I match my insulin production to my sugar intake, that means that I'm still not producing much what I used to produce, let's say when I was 20 years old. I'm still not producing it. I'm just trying to match to the current production. So what does that do to my activity levels?
Now you realize that it's not that when you drop your insulin production, unless now you don't address the situation early, because remember, type 2 diabetes reversal or remission, we see more remission and reversal for people who take the actions early, the first 5 years.
Okay.
All right. After 5 years, because remember, many people don't watch what they start to eat after developing type 2 diabetes. Actually, when you go to the clinic, we are still being told to eat more and more sugary stuff. So sometimes we are told to just continue eating fruits, just continue eating brown ugali, brown chapati, brown rice, brown something. And this is not the solution to reversal. Because this leads to more and more sugar into your system.
You're right, because a lot of people I meet in the weight loss journey are always like, now I need to stop eating the white ugali, sasa nianze kula brown, brown chapati, and then even certain types of sweeteners as opposed to sugar. And maybe they've been advised that way by a nutritionist or a dietitian. But what you are saying is, even fruits, what we think is the safest, because the people who are like, I'm on a fruit diet, I want to lose weight, so mimi nitakuwa nakula tu mananasi, nitakuwa nakula bananas, na nitakuwa nakula watermelons. So you're trying to say that doesn't help?
It doesn't. Actually, one of the problems I solved in 2023 when I came back was to make sure that myth, because I couldn't communicate that information. So I actually published a book called Kitabu cha Sukari. I came with copies. If you want, you can have a look at it. And this book is a visual book. It actually helps you to look at, if you eat one banana, how much sugar it is. Like, did you know we eat a banana? If I give you a banana, I'll give you a banana to eat potassium or some minerals. No one eats fruits to get sugar. But have you ever asked yourself how much sugar is in a banana?
No, I've not.
Exactly. Have you ever asked yourself how much sugar is in one mango?
No, I've never.
Have you ever asked yourself how much sugar is in brown ugali?
Actually, no.
Exactly.
Yep.
So this book puts into perspective those stuff. So you find yourself, if you now wanted to consume, like, let's say one banana, two banana. One banana can be approximately up to 8 teaspoons of sugar. Two of them up to 17, and 3 of them up to 20 something.
One yellow banana.
Yes, that nice yellow big thing you eat.
Yes. You are saying it is equivalent to up to 7 spoons of sugar.
Yes. You want me to show you?
No, it's not like I don't trust you. I'm just shocked.
But then this raises this question about sugar that is naturally found in a fruit and processed sugar.
Yes.
Is there a difference?
What is the difference? What's the difference between sugar cane and Mumia's sugar?
I actually don't know. That's why I'm asking you. If I knew, I would have asked.
Somebody took sugar cane, crushed it, did whatever they did, and repackaged it.
They processed it.
Yes, they just processed it and gave it to
The conversation around diabetes has to do with processed food, part of the conversation.
Yes.
What is it about, that's my question really, what is it about the processing that makes it, whatever food is processed, not ideal for somebody who has diabetes?
Yeah, so processing, as you say, and especially here in Kenya, and I will have to be, and in African countries, when you eat a sausage, are you aware of what is in that sausage?
Zinakwanga nyama imesiagwa.
Are you sure? Do you know, if you look at the sausage that we eat now,
yes,
you realize 60% of it is carbohydrate.
That I knew. Even the membrane around it is
exactly.
Yes.
So we've moved from what was nyama peke yake to mixing it and making it sweeter to sweeter to sweeter to sweeter. And as you make something sweet, you continue adding more and more carbohydrates. So the best sausage I tell people is what we leave behind called mutura. Ni ile tu mutura na ya tujuangi venye imetengenezwa
na paka.
So to answer City vizuri, it is what is added that sometimes we do not know.
Okay.
That is what actually more and makes more you produce more and more insulin for in some cases and produces more and more insulin resistance.
Okay.
For example, you've seen these spikes of this opening of new you've had tuna importing viazi zinakuja Kenya. Why do we import viazi?
By these international chains.
Exactly.
All right. Because
they come special.
There's a certain standard, certain length
exactly.
they expect.
They come, they are dipped in oil and all that stuff, and we are given. And when you look at that viazi and you compare it to the natural viazi, for example, if I were to eat ndoma and this viazi that is processed, this one that is processed seems to spike more sugar than this other one.
Why is that so?
Processing. You see, that's now the chemicals they add. Like, for example, I want to preserve something. Beans, you've seen those canned stuff and all that. Do we know what they use for preserving? I don't know.
Yeah, I think
everybody just is doing everything. I can assure you, I've looked at the foods around, and you will be amazed. When I was writing my book, I remember I had a whole jikoni where I was doing all that stuff, and then there were some guys who were doing yogurt. Hey, come and tell me, daktari, yeah, these things label hii tunaandikanga tu. It's not the original thing that they do. So to answer your question, it's more in terms of preservatives and what the processing process is. Even the oils, seed oil, wameban oil, wamekuletea. What did they put in it?
Actually, I want
that is more cholestatic, causes more cholesterol issues than ile nyama yako na kamafuta kenye umekula nyumbani.
Doc, the whole issue of processed foods, what is the, because we are told avoid, eat natural, avoid processed. And I get it, because yes, there's some preservatives, for example, that could be harmful to your body. No, and not just for diabetic purposes, but even they cause cancer, they're carcinogenic.
Yes.
But let me ask you, what exactly is in those particular processed foods, and how has it been allowed by governments all over? Because you see, there's someone who's not a scientist like you and I, and they're not in this particular space like you and I to discuss these things. My grandmother in Ushago, ataenda aone to this processed food na hata inunua. How is it allowed to be in the markets?
You see, for example, if let me you see, some of these things are in the science. I'll use this example, for example. The only thing that is considered to be sugar is sucrose by name. Okay? If you bring in maple syrup, maple or maltose, logically speaking, this is scientifically, or if I added that in my food, that is not considered sugar.
Right.
So I will say sugar-free biscuit.
But it is sugar.
Exactly.
Because it will be broken down to sugar.
Into those small maltose, fructose. These are still sugars that scientifically, if I added them into my food, they are not called sugar.
Why?
I'm not sure why. Maybe I need to challenge the science behind that. But what is added into those preservative, like for example, if I told you ukiangalia keki zingine zenye zinapikwa wanasema ni sugar free, and it's actually sugar free because they do not add any sugar,
but it is made of wheat.
It is made of wheat, which first of all is converted to sugar, and somebody can also add that other form of sugar that is not considered scientifically. It is not sugar.
But that is first of all false marketing. But number two, scientifically, I remember I was taught that there are three types of sugars: the monosaccharides, disaccharides, the polysaccharides. So
Yes.
as the monosaccharides are the simple ones.
The simple ones.
Fructose.
Yes.
Fructose, glucose.
Yes.
Is it galactose or lactose?
Yes.
Then now when you go up the chain, they become
Unaziongeza tu pamoja. Mono is the simplest bit of it.
Right.
When you now go into 2 bits of it, sucrose na fructose pamoja or something, then you call it disaccharide. And then when there are many, you call it polysaccharides.
Now, fructose is a simple sugar.
Yeah.
It is a monosaccharide.
Yes.
It is found in majority of the fruits.
Yes.
The mangoes you were talking about.
Yes.
So you want to tell me that, and I know they have, and actually when we go down to breaking down of sugar in the body, there's a point whereby actually glucose is converted to fructose.
Yes.
Now, with that information in hand, why?
Glucose is mainly converted to sucrose.
Yes.
Yes.
So with that information, in our minds and in the scientific field, how are we not able to put that into the labeling and differentiate, let people know?
It is supposed. It's law. It's by law that if I process food, I'm supposed to tell you what exactly it needs. Just Google or check something there. The food facts.
Right.
If you look at it, we are supposed to say it is there. I'm not saying that it's not there in the food label. It will be there. You will find, if in good developed world, you will get it is there, but it's not considered sugar.
Okay.
You understand what I mean?
So what is it considered?
It
If it isn't sugar?
Like I said, it's false marketing. It is actually 100% false
exactly.
marketing.
You have to be very careful with the marketing tricks.
Because it tastes like sugar.
Yes.
But it
if I
isn't
gave
sugar.
you
Oh no, there are things that taste like sugar but they're not sugar. For example, aspartame.
Exactly.
A lot of
Which
people,
is actually that is what the non-sugar-free stuff has. Yes.
And some of the sodas that they say that zero sugar.
So we are assuming that a sugary taste as we know it, which we refer to as sweet, is the only measure of something that is sugar.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
A measure of, there's something called a measure of sweetness, which includes sugars and sweeteners, such as stevia. But is stevia, it's not a sugar.
It's not a sugar.
All right. So there's stevia, there's aspartame, and several
So
other.
those are what? False sugars?
No. They're just sweeteners.
They're sweeteners.
You see, this is the problem. As a layman, sugar is synonymous with sweet.
Sukari.
Yes.
Sweet, yes.
Exactly. So when you tell me that there is sugar in bread, I will wonder what you're talking about, because not all bread is sweet. Okay. If you tell me that there is sugar in sugarcane, I will agree with you, because sugarcane is
sugar
sweet.
is sweet.
Yes.
Very right.
Now, when it comes to what we call processed or natural foods, are we therefore saying that people who only exist on a diet of what you call natural foods are not prone to the disease we refer to as diabetes?
They are prone to.
They are.
Why?
Because some of these things we take, for example, ndoma, ngwashe, viazi, at one point when they are broken down, when they become granular, the end product is sugar. Even fat, there's a process of converting it to sugar.
Is the problem the food, or is it the consumer? And is it the consumer and his habits, or is it the food? Which is it?
I wouldn't blame the consumer per se, but and this is just mine, Dr. You can chime in at any point. The consumer, if you see me, I can't say that I don't know, because I actually know. But for someone who doesn't know, they will consume products without necessarily knowing the harmful effects those particular products have. For example, the sodas, and the wheats, the biscuits and the chapatis. Kuna mtu anakulanga chapati Monday to Monday, anakulanga ugali pia Monday to Monday, and anakulanga in large quantities, because taking ugali is not bad. It's just about the quantity. So if you take excess, that is when that excess is converted to glycogen, then eventually converted
who
to fat.
decides its excess?
Your body decides its excess.
Not necessarily. So if my body starts bulging, it tells me that I'm eating excessively.
For example, and
yet there are people who eat more than I do, and they look like broomsticks.
It boils down to metabolism. Daktari,
I think you should be sitting on this side.
it was no. I studied biotech in campus.
Let me ask City. When we grew up, ugali was there, githeri was there, doma was there, sweet potato was there. How many people were fat? How many people were obese?
Very few.
Why?
activity?
No, their lifestyle. They went to the farm. Most of the distances they covered on foot. So they didn't go to the gym, but they were constantly in the gym.
Yeah.
Their entire lives were full of exercise.
So, fast forward now. We have more and more processed food. Now that's number one. Number two, we are, for those people who eat now the natural things, they're still doing the same. What has really changed in there?
We no longer walk. We have tuk-tuks. We have
taxis,
motorbikes. We have even in the rural areas.
Exactly.
And if you don't have motorbikes, you have bicycles. But the bicycle you will exercise. But the point is, a mode of transportation is no longer predominantly our feet.
Exactly.
We're using powered tools.
And
it used to be.
When it comes to farming, we are using
we have mechanized or electrified
as opposed to
everything.
your physical energy.
And that's why we say type 2 diabetes is a disease of lifestyle. You really have to analyze yourself, because if city is going to sit here the whole day and saa 4 analetewa chai na mandazi 2, saa 7 anatoka atakunywa ama atakula mchele sahani mzima na ndengu ama na whatever, saa 10 akunywe chai tena na kiki kwa sababu kulikuwa na birthday ya mtu. And then jioni anaenda maybe kumit wazee mahali fulani, tena anakula pia na something. Usiku akifika nyumbani anapata amewekewa chakula na ugali. Now what activity have we done that day? Yes, we have worked.
Predominantly it's been eating.
Exactly. So the main point, and that's why we say type 2 diabetes is a disease of lifestyle.
Yeah.
Change your lifestyle and you beat type 2 diabetes.
Okay.
Change your lifestyle and you beat obesity. This is where we have to really change. And that's why you are seeing drugs coming in.
Are there people who are obese and are not diabetic?
Sorry?
Are there obese people who are not diabetic?
I'm obese, but I'm pre-diabetic from what my doctors have
You
told
have a
me.
belly. Does that make you obese?
Yeah, actually, obesity is when your weight over.
Yes.
There's that BMI thing.
Yes, that's the thing.
Yes, the body mass index is what determines whether you're obese or not obese. So according to that calculation, I am actually obese.
Where was this calculation formed? The algorithm make it. Where was it formed?
It was mainly done in the Western world.
And the research done to bring it to the point where we can use it as a standard. Again, because it involves research.
Yeah.
Where was it done?
Unfortunately, the research we use a lot comes from the Western world. And there has been that question on whether BMI fits Africans. That is a debate that...
because even when you talk about body types.
Yeah.
Okay. The African body, are we saying that our body mirrors the bodies of the people in the West?
No.
Or does it mirror the bodies of the people in Asia?
No, we are not saying that. But you will realize, even in the Western world, when they do research, they try as much as possible to include all ethnicities and all body types. And I will tell you...
So the research is what will be a multi-site study which covers more than one geographical area.
Yes. So the research that has been done, I agree with you, City. I will agree with you. Kenyans or Africans need to do their own research. But how much money is pumped into doing research on obesity in Kenya? Our government, how much has it pumped this year to do research into non-communicable diseases? How many institutions are pumping money into research? But now transpose that into the Western world. Non-communicable disease is the biggest thing. I mean, obesity, type 2 diabetes, cholesterol issues, cancer. How much money do they put into research? A lot.
Yeah.
So when we now get research from them, now we couldn't do it ourselves.
Okay.
So what do we do? Do we say we are not going to absorb this knowledge?
No, we take it.
So we take it until to that capacity when we will be able ourselves to do our own research. And research can be very costly.
But City, I can tell you for a fact that using that same research, they're able to predict some of the problems that for example, when you're told, like I was told, I am pre-diabetic because of my BMI. Chances are, if I continue the trend I will end up getting that diabetes, and other people who've been told the same thing.
Yes.
So as much as it wasn't done, the research wasn't done here, and it doesn't necessarily conform to our body types, at the end of the day, it is not far from the truth.
The truth of the matter, I'll tell you, obesity is a very big factor when it comes to development of type 2 diabetes, and it's because of the process I explained to you.
Right.
We can see it developing and we can see it coming. You are lucky you know you're pre-diabetic. There are people who don't know that they are pre-diabetic. They actually come and find out that they are now diabetic. It's not uncommon for somebody who is driving anakuja anakuambia daktari nikiendesha usiku sioni vizuri. That is one of the side effects of high sugars. Inaingianga kwa the eyeball, then ina cause cloudiness. So vision at night inakuwa
cloud kwa
all the time.
Sukari, yeah.
Yes.
No, as in I'm trying to, like, that cloudiness inakwanga ni sukari imejaa kwa macho.
Yes, kama sukari yako iko mob,
What?
unaona the eyeball?
Yes.
It has a fluid inside. So ina sieve
The vitreous fluid.
Exactly. Inaingia ndani. Sasa uoni vizuri.
Okay.
So what do you come and say? Sioni vizuri. So if you're not careful and you go to these optical shops, they actually correct your eyesight using it.
Okay.
Na wewe unafikiri uko sawa. Kumbe
Situation is getting worse.
Exactly.
Doc, how do we lose weight?
Losing
Because
weight.
everything we are eating has sugar. Kama ni ugali ya brown tulikuwa tunadhani ati sasa I'm eating healthier, I'm getting sick. Kama ni hizo ati biscuits ziko na zero sugar, the sodas that have zero sugar, kumbe sijisaidi.
Let's agree. And what we have spoken here is loss of weight involves lifestyle. Like, for example, you need now to change your lifestyle to lose weight.
Okay.
And this has to be personalized. For example, you have to analyze your lifestyle for you to lose weight. For example, we've just said if we are going to sit the whole day and we are not doing much, then we need to eat less.
Okay.
Who said we should eat 5 meals in a day? When we were growing up, I remember very well. Tulikuwa tunatoka shule, tunatoka mbio, tunapewa kachai na kamandazi, tunashika jembe. Tunaenda shambani. Siku hizi watoto wakitoka shule ni games na spaghetti ama cartoon na something imewekelewa hapa yenye ni process. So kids are more and more gaining weight. We need to analyze that lifestyle and start changing it. Because if we don't change it, then I'm seeing more and more obese kids. And analysis number 1, we are not going to change a lot in terms of transport because it's here. Kitambo tulikuwa tunatuma pesa kwa Western Union. We had to move from here to somewhere else.
Actually to town.
So we have to be intentional about our activity.
Okay.
Very intentional. Number 2, you have to be very intentional with what you eat, based on what made you gain the weight. All right. Now, if you look at food, and that's why now when you now further analyze into what makes people gain weight, we have food can be divided into 4 categories. Category number 1 is fat. Category number 2 is proteins. Category number 3 is carbohydrates, and category number 4 is vegetables. I have just put them to be simplistic here. Then the category that causes more weight issue is the carbohydrate bit.
Okay.
Now, I must talk about the carbohydrate. Then this is what we need. Do you know how many carbohydrates we need in a day?
Tell me about it.
0.
Why?
Are you telling wale Waluya wanasikiza saizi unawaambia wasikule ugali?
Sijasema. You see now?
Waluya na Wajaluo unawaambia wasikule ugali.
What it means is this. That the body can make, you see, carbohydrates are mainly broken down to sugar.
Right.
Tuko pamoja. Now the body can actually choose to make sugar, okay, from all the other 3 options. Okay? So you do not necessarily need to eat carbohydrates to have sugar. No, I can, through a process of gluconeogenesis, I can make sugar from meat. I can make sugar from fats. All right? And some of these vegetables you eat, you will hear people talking about vegetables ziko na kasukari nini. And it's true, vegetables can be converted, I mean cabbage can be converted into a little bit of some sugar. They can have a little bit compared to sukuma wiki and the rest.
Okay.
So that's why you hear people saying virtually every food has sugar. It is because if, for example, I ate ugali, that one will be converted almost 95% will be sugar. But if I ate sukuma wiki, it's only like 5% that is sugar. So we need now to go back and look at that science and consume those foods that are less converted into sugar, and those are the vegetables, the fats, and the meats. And less and less and less of the carbohydrates. And remember, carbohydrates there are 4 classes of carbohydrates. Number 1, starch, whether white or brown. Please be careful. Number 2, fruits. Be very careful with fruits. As I said, if you quit, you will then run away. So, but most of them can be converted into a lot of sugar. Number 3, legumes. Legumes are not proteins. Legumes can be, some of them can have up to 70% starch.
We are talking about now the beans, the peas.
Yes. So you need to be careful with them. So if, for example, you decide to eat chapati madondo, that is carbohydrate. You're eating 2 carbohydrates in one plate. So you got to be very careful.
What is chapati madondo? Chapati, I understand. What is madondo?
Madondo is maharagwe. Maharagwe is beans. The red beans.
And beans is not protein.
It is majority of it. There's some protein, but majority of it is actually carbohydrates. Yes. It is considered a plant protein.
What really? Because as far as what you're saying, we shouldn't be eating.
Do you know cells, living cells, including your cells, are actually made up of carbohydrates because they have sugars within them. The cell walls of every single plant, majority, it is basically carbohydrate. So whether you're talking about sukuma wiki, you're talking about cabbages, or you're talking about mangoes, by and large, forget the fructose inside them. The cell wall itself is actually made of
it's a mixture. It's a mixture of cholesterol, lipids, proteins. It's all these things together.
And our brain is predominantly cholesterol, blah 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 blah, and all that. So I mean, we are talking about people who have diabetes for whatever reason. They've had diabetes. Now, is diabetes caused primarily by what we are saying, or are there other factors that can bring about diabetes?
Mainly that is the main cause. 80% of type 2 diabetes is lifestyle food driven. And if you look at it from that time, and that's why I keep telling people, go back to what has really changed. What has really changed is inactivity and food. We are just eating too much. We are eating too much all the time. Could there be other factors? Of course, alcohol. Alcoholism, alcohol or consuming more than 14 units of alcohol in a week can predispose you to type 2 diabetes. Smoking can predispose you to type 2 diabetes, and especially those ones. And inactivity, definitely. If we are not...
what about stress?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Stress, depression, mental health. Because if you are stressed, have you ever had somebody say, I'm stressed, let me go relieve myself, anakula?
But there's also a correlation between the stress hormone cortisol and insulin.
Exactly. Because once you're stressed...
What is the correlation?
Daktari, over to you.
A correlation is, for example, here, when we are here, our cortisol, our epinephrine, norepinephrine, ziko chini.
Hizo ni adrenaline.
Yes. Lion ikiingia hapa,
unatoka mbio.
Zinaenda juu. Sukari yetu yote inaenda juu. Now, if you are constantly stressed, these hormones are high. And hence more gluconeogenesis from your liver and more sugar, and you're not able to process. The body is in a constant state of fight, and for the body to prepare you for that constant state of fight, sugar must be available.
At
so
all
these
times.
hormones drive you to be ready to fight.
That's why when you're stressed, you want to eat.
Yes.
So comfort eating is a factor of stress.
Exactly.
It is, but also the fact that you have elevated levels of those hormones, that means that you also have elevated levels of sugar at all times, because those hormones come with that sugar.
That's actually what they do. Actually, physiologically speaking, at around 3-4 a.m., the body releases cortisol in your body, in your system,
in readiness to wake up.
Exactly. And that cortisol makes the liver produce more sugar, so it prepares you for the morning.
Also, the liver breaks down more glycogen.
Exactly.
Are you people aware that this conversation is actually stressful?
Yes, it is. It is. It is actually.
Ni vile umejua ukweli.
It is.
The reason why I ask, and the reason why I'm saying it is stressful, is because essentially when you talk about science and you talk about understanding the root causes of diseases, you are talking about the very thing which is at the heart of why most people live. They don't even understand it, and why most people work.
Yeah.
So, how does one acquire a lifestyle that guarantees that you avoid being in a position where all these things affect you? I am diabetic myself. I am not on medication.
Yes.
I manage my diabetes with a diet.
Yes.
Okay? So, I do understand some of the things we are saying.
Yeah.
But the question is this. Behind this entire discussion, there's an aspect of discipline that is required in order for this to happen.
Yes.
Now, most of us are not disciplined.
Even before we get to discipline, I think the biggest problem we have is awareness. Why do many people develop diabetes? Why are many people education and awareness? We yes, tulienda tukafanya BCom, tukafanya accounts, tukafanya engineering, tukafanya secretarial in the hope I'll get a job, buy a car, but then no one tells you in terms of your health how you really, what you need to check maybe on a yearly basis. Secondly, with this fast changing food world environment, who is creating that awareness? Who is here to provide information about it? ChatGPT is here. It is coming very fast. Like after every...
I think you're referring to Dr. ChatGPT.
So this is coming quite fast.
AI, yes.
Yes. But then who is again giving people, the same people, that information so that they use that information to take care of themselves?
Dr. You don't need this information when you're grown up. This is information that you need as a child.
Yes.
Just in the fundamental, the early stages of your learning, these are things you learn. Some of the things we're talking about, you learn in biology. If you study it further, you understand it. You see, you are a medical doctor.
Yes.
Medical doctors are human beings.
Yes.
They have knowledge. More knowledge than a normal person. And yet they're susceptible to the same problems we have. Those who drink like hell. Those who smoke like hell. I am simply saying they are susceptible to everything that other human beings
that
are,
is very true.
despite the knowledge. That's why I skipped all that and went to discipline.
To discipline.
Yes.
Yes.
Because knowledge alone offers protection. It certainly does.
Yes.
But the human element is often stronger than that knowledge that you've acquired.
No, that's very true. Now, after you surpass the place for knowledge, because many people don't have the knowledge. Now, there is a few clique of people who come, they have all this knowledge, like my friend here, allow me to use.
Please, by all means. By all means.
You just said that I was told that I'm obese and I'm pre-diabetes.
Yes.
I hope you did something.
I am doing something about
and you're
it.
doing something.
Yeah.
Now you come and find somebody who has all this knowledge.
He's maintaining the weight. That's the something.
Ignore this guy.
There are these people, and there are few actually. They are the majority few, I must say. Because you find, yes, the consistency becomes an issue. Because, for example, you are used to. You always used to a certain lifestyle. In the last 3, 4, 5 years, a certain lifestyle.
True.
Changing it and being consistent in changing it becomes a problem. So, I agree with you, City. We must, again, talk about our lifestyle and audit it daily.
You know, the thing that I found once I was diagnosed and I was told that I was diabetic is this. When I adhered to what I was told, or rather when I adhered, the things that in my mind had been problematic stopped being problematic. The endocrinologist who manages my life where this particular disease is concerned was clear. And when I read more and more about it,
yes,
I understood and it made sense. But what it made even more sense was over time, I realized I could actually eat anything and everything that I wanted, but in extreme moderation. So it's a question of when I eat it, how much of it I eat it, okay?
Yes.
And at what time I eat it.
Great.
The frequency, time, quantity, all these things matter. And when that is balanced, again, that's where now I focus on the discipline. You suddenly find that you're actually fine.
Yeah.
Yes. And your body will actually tell you when you eat something that it doesn't like. It tells you because it responds almost immediately.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Last but not least, Doc, I have a question in terms of the type 1 diabetes folks.
Yes.
How do they manage their diabetes? Because now if the body is attacking their cells.
Yeah. And, so the only treatment to type 1 diabetes is insulin. Because remember, the pancreas is not producing insulin at all.
Right.
So the only treatment is subcutaneous, meaning
So
you have to
you
inject. You have to
Alright.
inject insulin.
The ones who have type 2, how do they manage it?
Oh, lifestyle.
Oh, not only just have
so
to change.
number one is lifestyle, but we do not focus more. You see, City has just told us that he has learned his lifestyle and he knows exactly what to eat so that his sugar does not go up. That is exactly where we all need to do.
Okay.
So that we are not able to go into medications. Because now we are not consistent, when we are not able to audit our lifestyles, so what do? We start you on drugs. We start you on one drug, metformin. We can go to a second one, glipizide, which is mostly...
What do they do? Those ones that you've mentioned, those medicine, the drugs that you're mentioning.
They lower your sugars.
Okay.
One, like the commonest drug that is used is metformin. This drug goes to the liver and tells the liver not to produce insulin.
Okay.
I mean not to produce sugar. So the process of gluconeogenesis inakatwa. So hiyo sitaloa sukari. Inaenda kwa muscle, it tells the muscles to absorb more insulin. So I mean to allow insulin to open the doors and sugar goes in. So the sugar goes down. So that drug is actually commonly used and it's ideas. But there are so many drugs that have been developed. The newer one called SGLT2 inhibitors. Those ones you take. Then remember the kidney is not supposed to allow you to release glucose into your urine. So this new generation drugs, they do, they go into the kidney and tell the kidney release sugar into the urine. So now when you take this drug, it allows you to pass sugar through into your urine. So it's like you take the sugar and then go and pee it out.
So there's something I have to ask you. In your medical training, how were you trained to communicate jargon in the very simple, understandable terms that you do?
In my medical training, there wasn't. This is something I've acquired over time. We were not, communication wasn't really emphasized. I actually don't remember.
Not even really. Was it actually ever emphasized?
No. It was probably communication came in when you were taking history. You need to communicate to the patient. How do you know? Bedside manner. But there was no that emphasis on, we really need to for example, break stuff out of it. But when I was doing my membership of the Royal College of Physician, there was a huge subject called communication. Ooh. This is where I learned about communication for sure. And how, whether you are breaking good news, whether you're breaking bad news, whether you're dealing with an incident, whether you're dealing with colleagues, whether you're there is a lot of knowledge and there is a lot of teaching. And that's why when you go to the Western world, you approach a doctor and the way they interact with you is somehow different from when you come here in Kenya, how you will interact with doctors here. It's because out there is actually teaching on how
training,
and a lot of emphasis on how to communicate with your patient. Yes, which is really key.
Doc, unfortunately we've come to the end of the show.
Asante.
But thank you so much for coming through. I want to invite you, because I've seen a couple of questions online about GMOs and whether they affect, whether they bring about cancer and also diabetes. So please make time.
Anytime. Next month is diabetes month, starting
tomorrow.
Starting tomorrow.
All right. Sasa daktari, karibu tena sana.
Asante.
Let's get into the news with one Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the sound
Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura says Kenya needs about 1.5 trillion Kenya shillings to strengthen food production, expand energy capacity, and upgrade key infrastructure. He noted that Kenya spends up to 500 billion Kenya shillings on food imports that could be produced locally, and stressed the need for an additional 10,000 megawatts of power. Mwaura, speaking on Radio Generation today, also said the country must modernize its roads and airports, adding that it's embarrassing that JKIA does not reflect Kenya's status.
Is that these problems that that we need to overcome is that we need about 1.5 trillion to deal with three issues. First, the issue of food, so that we remove this food import bill to 500 billion. It's a lot of money that we are sending to other economies, yet we can produce locally. Number two is the issue of energy. We need about 10,000 megawatts. That's why we are looking at alternative sources of renewable energy like nuclear, which I've been very vocal about. In fact, we are the ones who started this whole conversation with Wabuya, the CEO of Nupea. Now people from the coast had issues, but then the people of Sierra gladly accepted to have the project. We are talking about the issue of infrastructure, roads, airports. Like if you go to our airport here, the other day I came from a certain country, and I can tell you without a doubt, it is a bit embarrassing. That is not an airport of our stature.
Families of the Shakahola massacre victims returned to Malindi mortuary on Thursday. This continued the heartbreaking task of collecting the remains of their loved ones. A total of 18 bodies have now been released, with relatives preparing to lay them to rest. Human rights groups say at least 60 victims have been positively identified, but more than 300 bodies remain unclaimed as the identification process continues.
Ile miili ambayo iko hapa haijachukuliwa ni miili mingi sana. So far we have about 60 bodies ambazo DNA imematch. We have more than 300 bodies ambazo hazijakuwa identified.
Process hii ni muhimu kwa sababu ile kesi ambayo inamkabidhi Mackenzie ni lazima iwe na majina ya wale watu ambao walikufa katika Shakahola, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa na kesi tu ya anonymous bodies ambayo zilipatikana Shakahola.
President William Ruto has taken aim at the opposition, accusing its leaders of relying on slogans instead of presenting a credible alternative to his administration's development agenda. Speaking during a development tour in Malava, the president said he remains focused on delivering his programs. He warned the opposition to prepare for tough political battle ahead of the 2027 general election.
Nataka niwaulize nyinyi watu wa hapa Malava. Yaani mkiniona mimi hivi, ati wale watu tunashindana na watu ni wale. Yaani mtu ningeshindana na yeye ni Raila Odinga. Lakini sasa hawa nitawamalizia asubuhi na mapema. Na sio kwa sababu ya bure, because they have no plan. They have no agenda. They have no program. They have nothing. Ni watu tu ya kuendesha ukabila, kupiganisha watu, kulete chuki, kulete hasara, kulete hasira. Na mimi nataka niwaulize ndugu zangu watu wa Malava, tushirikiane tufanye kazi pamoja.
Israel has officially verified that the two bodies handed over this week by Hamas belong to hostages Amiram Cooper and Sarah Baruch, bringing renewed emotions and sharp political reactions as the fragile Gaza ceasefire continues to face strain. The handover was made through the Red Cross, with confirmation announced by the Prime Minister's office on Thursday. In its statement, the government offered condolences to the relatives of the two victims. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
All right, welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? The time. My name is Mala Movie rather. I'm in studio with City Muga. City, a couple of things nimeona hapa hivi kwa social media. Acha tu nisome kidogo before we introduce our guests. Where is it going now? All right, so here we are. A couple of comments coming through. For instance, we have Sonetu saying that is the conversation. Does GMO induce diabetes, among other things? Someone is saying that City, we need to get a charcoal jiko tukue tunapikia vitu hapo.
Do they know how unhealthy a charcoal jiko is? Do they have any idea?
How unhealthy it is?
Yes, it is.
Well, it depends.
It doesn't depend. It's unhealthy, bro.
Yeah. All
the
right.
gases it emits. Brother, shida.
All right. We also do have Njuki Mungai ndiye amesema ati City hajui madondo ni nini. He's definitely a dynasty.
Actually no. Wajua sasa umeniambia ni maharagwe. Angesema chapati na maharagwe ningeelewa. Sasa when you call it madondo, how am I supposed to know all the slangs that exist in this country?
Then kuna DK amesema what is lifestyle food driven? Well, we have said we are going to invite the daktari here again by the way, just in case, so that we can get more of these answers. Njuki Mungai amesema movie, get a treadmill and host the show while on it. You will work and exercise. Guy, mnataka nifanya kazi nikifanya good morning, welcome to, hiyo ni kazi mingi sana. Anyway, let's get down to business and have this conversation in this particular hour. Someone is asking before I let that go. Oh yeah, please give us the guest handles and website. This is what we're going to do. We will post those of the doctor on our social media handles. Then you will probably also get to see them there. But right now, though, allow me to introduce our guests in studio. The conversation in this particular hour is going to be on youth involvement as far as policy making is concerned. We have Lena Mati. She's been here before. Karibu sana wakili.
Thank you.
Then we also do have Moses Gashugi. He is the Secretary General Kenya Moja Movement Party. Sekjen, karibu tena sana.
Asante sana.
Let's get down to business.
All right.
Are the youth really involved in policy making? Do they even know the process? Do they even know what policy is all about? Let me start with you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation. And as you've said, my name is Moses, the Secretary General of Kenya Moja Movement Party.
Right.
I think things are changing very quickly in this country. Before, we didn't have a lot of people very interested in policy making, what's going on in government. There was a carefree attitude. Just vote for them and we move on with life. But you've seen in the last couple of years that the youth have woken up. They are taking the country. They are very interested in what's happening. They are reading bills, analyzing for themselves. So I think things are changing very quickly. And you can even see, not just in Kenya, even in our neighboring countries, people want to take charge of their destiny.
Yes.
They've realized that the country belongs to us. And there is nothing for us without us. And we can't sit on the fence anymore. I think there's a positive change.
Yes.
A very good one.
Right.
Yeah.
Wakili, same question to you.
Thank you so much, Mbuvi. Thank you, City, for having me. Just like my brother has said,
yes,
there is a certain spike, especially with this generation, in interest in issues to do with social justice, in issues to do with governance. And I think even some of these things, when something has been passed, the youth are up, they're up on their arms. And there has also been the use of social media to do the activism and to reject, to propose, to call for the prohibition of certain things, which is really a good thing, because in the past we didn't see anything like that. I always say that the millennials, I don't know whether you're a millennial, but
I am a millennial.
The millennials were so much pro status quo, and they felt like they didn't want things that could disrupt their normal lives. So they wouldn't question. They would just probably sit down, wait for the things
The millennial is reacting.
let the millennial react.
No. I agree with you to a certain extent, of course. The reason why we were very quiet on some of these issues is not because that we do not have a problem with them, but we find a different way of approaching it. So, for example, if I see a lion in front of me, you see, a Gen Z will go and fight that lion.
That's true.
Right?
That is not true.
Bro, so nimalize statement yangu.
No, see, I'm contributing to it, Joe.
So, a Gen Z will go and fight that lion.
Yes.
Mimi, I'll just look for a different route. Niache hiyo lion niendelee kukaa hapo na maisha yangu itaendelea. Mind my business. So that is unfortunately the approach that we are. So when a lot of millennials, when you see them being quiet, they're not quiet because they are not okay with the situation. It's just that tumeshavumilia mengi sana. Hii tunaonanga siku hizi ni kidogo sana.
And that's very true, Movie. You guys, I find you guys are more of dialogue oriented. As you're more of, we want to use force, we want something that we want to be heard. Yes. And you find that nowadays, unfortunately, the way the route the most of the nations are taking with regards to democracy, that dialogic conversation is not giving any kind of, any kind of effect.
Right.
Even right now, we're seeing what is happening with TZ, because people feel like we've had conversations, we've not seen them materialize into anything. We've talked to our members of parliament. I'm sure there are leaders that you can be able to approach, and sometimes you ask them on a personal capacity, why are you doing this and this, and it still doesn't bear anything. So that's why the Gen Zs feel like for us to be able to achieve whatever it is we need to be a little bit aggressive. And you'd also realize that statistics show that there has been a rise in openness of the young people to undemocratic means of achieving things, because they feel like this democratic way is not leading us anywhere.
Let me ask you something.
That's
when
true.
you say dialogue has been had, what do you mean?
When I say dialogue has been
had, that people have, and you said the sentence was the dialogue doesn't seem to produce results. So I'm asking, when you say this dialogue that has been had, what do you mean?
Dialogue. I'm not saying about the national dialogue that was proposed by the former Prime Minister. I'm talking about conversations that we've had over time. The fact that we've had even barazas, even on a daily basis, I always see civil societies coalescing. I always see members of parliament saying that today I met so and so. They're having conversations, but these conversations are not producing, or they're not giving any kind of effect to the same. So we keep having, we're having conversations.
Actually, the conversations do have effects. They may not be the effects you desire, but they do. For instance, parliament have conversations, don't they?
They do.
Yes, ostensibly on our behalf, but most times we disagree with them. We don't think that they're actually representing us. Now, the dialogue that you speak of, have the youth been involved in these discussions?
A lot. We have been involved. Me, if I count how many discussions I've gone to, that relate to, let's say, for instance, about representation of the youth. We've had this conversation with political parties, but still, we are not seeing, you're saying that probably they give effect to some extent, but for us, they're not giving the effect that we would want them to give.
What would you like to see for you to feel that conversation is actually making sense and that the discussions that you've had are worthwhile?
Okay, let me just give an example of inclusion of the youth into political parties. If we could actually see a spike or more youth included or given party tickets, political party tickets to be able to buy nominated. Given. Same
as given.
Given political party tickets.
Don't let C2 intimidate you. Stick to your guns.
Len, am I intimidating in any way?
You're making her change answers 3 times. C2 na kuona.
There's a reason why I'm asking these questions.
Yes.
I want to understand where she's coming from, and I want to understand what she means, because she's saying something, but I want to be certain that I've understood what it is she's seeking to communicate. That's why I'm asking the questions. They're not facetious questions. If I was asking facetious questions, you would know. This is not one of those times.
Okay.
Yes.
Siti, let me give you another example.
Yes.
Last year, one of our demands as the youth was that we needed to have competent people especially in the cabinet, because we felt like the people that we had then. I remember there was a minister who used to really flaunt his luxuries, what he has worn and all those things.
He still does, but
okay, I don't know. Kuna wakili, by the way. Anyway, so we called for the president to give or to have new members in cabinet that are competent, that would deal with the issues that we are facing as a country. But what we saw is that the president seemed to have really played us. He sacked them and then brought in the same people but in different capacities. So if you ask me, was there any kind of change there? I don't think there was any kind of change. And this was even after we've had a conversation with the president on Twitter. I didn't see any kind of change.
You see, I now understand what you're saying. You were talking to a politician.
Yes.
And you're talking about changes that are political in nature. How well do you understand politics, especially the politics of Kenya? And how well do you understand how politicians go about this business of politics?
Perhaps I'll ask Moses to answer that one, and I'll give you a follow-up question. So over to you.
Yes. You've asked how do we understand
yes.
How
do you understand this framework of our
Naomba ukaribie mic.
Okay.
Yes, and how it is that we...
Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Understanding it and how it is that this political animal actually functions, how it works.
Of course, we're in the wild, and the political animals must survive. What we basically understand is that politics is about interest. So the reason why the president did what he did was to take care of his interest. And you look at his cabinet, it is full of very specific interest, which he's achieving day by day. But beyond their interest, I think what she's saying is, did we elect you for yourself, or we elected you to serve the country? So that if we want a competent CS, definitely you're not short of options in this country. You have very intelligent people who can work. And for example, since this cabinet was put, if you ask any Kenyan outside there to mention to you how many CSs they know of head, they will struggle. You can't even trace who is the CS for transport, environment. They don't talk. You don't hear policy. All you see is a lot of PR every day.
Are they supposed to talk though?
I think they should, because they have that responsibility. For example, if it's the Minister for Transport, look at the number of issues we are having. Even as late as this accident we had in Kwale.
Yes.
No comment. No statement. A lot of silence. I don't know whether they're being intimidated, because I realized the more they talk, you are cut off. If you look like you're shining a lot, you're put on the side. So I think they're trying to balance and survive for themselves, but I think a CS should be able to guide the country.
Okay.
We shouldn't be seeing the president articulating issues that belong to a CS, launching some projects that truly not even the CS belong to a PS. And unfortunately, it's been a lot of one-man show. And that you have 22 people who can help you deliver. That's why she's saying we were expecting people who can work for the country. The rewards will come later. How much can you achieve in this world? You understand what I'm saying? When you're given that opportunity by the country through the president, you have such a golden opportunity to prove that Kenya can change. Right now the conversation is Kenya needs to look like Singapore, but who will achieve that? Who will do it?
You know that Singapore story? It's told over.
But it has worked in Singapore, right?
And over, yes.
Yeah.
How did it work?
Because if you look at Singapore, I can't remember his name, but Lee Kuan Yew, what he did is that, first of all, he put the interests of the country first.
He did.
And he ensured that institutions are working. For example, their EACC there is very serious. If they say we are on your case, you know things are bad. You'd rather resign than allow those guys to come after you. Well, one of the things I even noticed in Singapore, the president said people will not chew in public. Just simple.
Oh yeah, there is no chewing gum sold in Singapore.
You don't see that funny. And
forget chewing, it's not even sold in the country.
It's not even sold. So if you can achieve something as small as that, assuming you just said everybody must put on their seatbelts. We had that with our former minister.
Actually, it goes back to what Lena was saying. What we don't speak of loudly enough is the people who Lee Kuan Yew worked with.
Yes.
If you knew who they were and the expertise they brought into that particular government at the time when they were setting all those things. Well, this was a fishing village.
Yeah.
Perched on a rock. Okay?
Yeah.
With nothing to speak
They had
of.
no food, nothing.
Yes, and these fellows were actually in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Okay? There is a very sizable Chinese population in Malaysia. But these people had the same commitment. Same. Now, it may surprise you that at independence, that first cabinet we had were not that different. They were actually nationalists. If you look at just the things that were done within the first 2 to 3 years after independence, they were actually quite phenomenal. Because those leaders in this country were determined to prove that the African could actually run his country. Then the rot set in, but that's a story for another day. The people who are willing to roll up their sleeves, you find somebody who was an expert in issues of foreign affairs. He was in charge. And he indeed. So the policies of that country regarding foreign affairs was written by that person and his team. There were individuals who were given tasks and some got lost along the way. And they were close people. They were jailed. Now, if I bring this discussion to the youth and the things they want, the conversation about how it is you get the changes that you want. You've expressed yourself with protests. It is within your right to do so. But when you say you are leaderless, we have a problem.
Thank you, Siti. And I always love that conversation because I don't just blame the political quarters, I also blame us as the youth. One of the things that I find we actually make probably mistake, and let me start with the strength. We as a youth, we have, there is consensus and there is unity in numbers. But unfortunately, there is no unity in agenda. And if there is unity in numbers and there is no agenda, then the numbers actually become like a weakness. It's a youth curse because you could have the numbers, and because of the numbers, you can be able to throw your weight towards something, towards a particular leader and all that, which is a good thing. But if you have the numbers and you cannot be able to decide on a common shared goal, then you're not going to achieve anything. If you look at some of the uprisings that have happened, right from the Arab uprising, you go to is it Tamil Square? What?
Yes, Tamil Square.
Yes.
The square was Temerman Square. Temerman Square. Yes.
The protest that happened there.
In China.
Yes.
There's a Temerman Square, yes.
You even go to countries like Morocco, you go to, such kind of countries, you realize that the protests died without any kind of progress. And this is because, you see, as a country, we don't, just like he has said about Singapore and you've added, we don't have a solid democracy. We don't have a mature democracy such that the moment that I've said that maybe Mbuvi is corrupt, Mbuvi is not going to resign simply because I've said that he's corrupt. We saw what happened in one of the county governments that was being investigated by a particular committee. And, even the members of parliament went there together with the allied institutions, and they went there to look at this hospital that was being claimed to be a level 5 or level 4 hospital that apparently a consultant had been hired to investigate into it. And when they went there, they even found it is level 0. It's not even level 5, it's level 0. So after that, I was expecting that at least prosecution proceedings would be begun towards this county government. But what I saw happen is that the members of parliament, together with the people from EACC, told them, when we come here next time, we want to see change. Essentially, it was like the teacher who tells you there's room for improvement. Next time, make sure there's room. Make sure you improve. And so, because in as much as we have the laws, and that the laws are not, the adherence and the enforcement of the laws is a problem. So the responsibility falls back on us, such that if you've said we've resisted, then we also need to come with reforms. Resistance without reforms amounts to nothing. And yes, as you're saying, I feel like the youth, that's where we are going wrong. Because we are coming up and say, we don't like this, we don't like this.
Actually, you're not going wrong. No. There's something called a life path.
Okay.
You people are following a certain life path. Throughout the centuries that humankind has been in existence, the youth have been responsible for some of these major changes. But every once in a while, the winds of change are apparent. Now, on this continent, they are very apparent because historically, there are more young people than ancient crocodiles like myself. You are more. Whether we like it or not, it's just a simple truth.
Yes.
You are more.
Yes.
And you're going to continue being more because we are dying off.
Yes.
Okay? Now, what that therefore means is that the very essence of change is actually in your hands. Even if you just sat and did nothing, we'll die off. The only problem is there may be no country by the time you people are taking over.
Yes.
But this conversation would not have been possible if you had not done what you did. You took a step. That is usually the right thing to do. You take a step. You don't talk, you take a step. Then the learning begins. And that learning is what one must take seriously. Because the learning happens because you look back and you say, probably made a mistake. At the time you're doing it, you didn't see it as a mistake.
Yes.
Every time a movement is made in a certain direction, your knowledge base expands. You now know better. There was talk about political parties and the way they are. You are spot on. They're not briefcase cases. They are properties of individuals.
Yes.
Yes. And political parties are not democratic institutions. Okay? The word democracy is good when you say it in this modern time and day. And it's even better when you associate with people and say you stand for democracy on behalf of the people. It sounds very good. But what you people were protesting was, you're saying, well, that's what you're saying, but that's not what you're doing. There was discordance.
Yes.
Do the youth feel that they understand the power that they actually have? And do they know that as change agents, you must roll up your sleeve and get to work? Because the thing that has represented the youth is you also talk like the rest of us. You talk on social media, but you talk. Beyond talk, one doesn't see much. So you guys just talk and talk and talk. So what's the difference between you and us?
Musa, over to you.
I think there is a big difference.
Right.
Something is changing, as I said when we started. For example, we have by-elections coming up on November 27th. And as you had said initially, when the Gen Z were rising, we said we are partyless. But I've realized
leaderless.
That one, yes. Leaderless.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Then when we came to by-elections and IEBC announced, now the young people realize I need a party for me to be able to get to my goal. Because going independent sometimes can be a huge challenge. And you realize that, for example, as a party, Kenya Moja Movement, we have 12 candidates in this by-election. 90% are young people, less than 30.
That is
for example, in Baringo, we have Samuel Letas, who is 26, going for Senate.
Yeah.
And he realized, in as much as we were saying before, politics has structure, and politics is an art, and it is organized. And for example, I saw what the young people did here in Embu for Mama Gift the other day. You know, they came together and raised funds so quickly. And I thought, what if the young people came so quickly and decided, in this county, in this constituency, we have one of us, let's begin this action now. We don't have to wait for 2027. We have an opportunity now. Let's take advantage of it. Let's turn our words into action. Because they said it's time for change. It is time for a new generation. We've had the generation of city, they've done their part. Now a younger generation is rising.
We're still alive.
I know. And I'm saying what the conversation was, that we want something new. You understand what they were saying?
I do.
So they've realized, in as much as they are leaderless, it's good to have a structure. And a political party gives you a structure. It gives you some presence. It gives you some order in the way you do your campaign. So my urge will be, even as we move towards 2027, that it is important. We were having a conversation before we came in, and we said, in this country we have 90 political parties, but the assumption usually is we have 4.
We have very many political parties.
We have very many political
parties.
Registered.
Yes. Are that number?
Yes, registered. So the young people, they are spoiled for choice. As long as you have the calling, you have the ability to talk to people, you don't have to have a lot of resources, people will buy into your vision.
But significantly,
and they will.
Yes. But what do you want to do different? Because political parties are just political parties. What will you do different?
Let me speak for Kenya Moja movement.
I'm actually asking about Kenya Moja.
Because for a long time, as you have said, we need to move beyond words and actually act on what we are saying. And as a party, we do believe, first of all, as our name says, in unity, in diversity. We must stop this thinking of where do you come from? And, your name betrays you. That conversation must end with our generation. I should look at you and see your abilities and what you can do for this country before I ask you where you come from.
But Moses, why does your name betray you? Why
That's the issue.
Why doesn't it just identify
It
you?
should identify you. But you see, our politics has been grown like that.
Precisely. How?
We must change the conversation.
The how is what I'm asking.
The how is, first of all, that, as you're saying, even when you're forming a political party, it should not be we are coming together because of we are from a certain region. So we must come together and mobilize our region so that we negotiate into government. First, we must come together because we want to change this country. And one of the things we've said, we must stop wastage of public resources. That must end. With our party, God willing, we form the next government, that must change.
You won't, but just go on, yes?
We will. City,
won't,
with your support, we will.
Actually, you have my support. That's
Thank
why I'm telling you won't, but go on. What is important is not you forming the next government. What is important is that you have a vision for forming the next government, and you're working towards
We are working towards it. And you said, what are we going to do different?
Yes.
One of our main goals is that first we must emphasize the importance of unity in this country. We must overcome the issue of tribalism. We must stop it with our generation. Because the other day somebody asked me, okay, Moses, do you have a certain tribe in your party? And I asked him, why did you ask about tribe? Because when I talk to you, I don't see you from your tribe. I see Mbuvi, and I see what he can do. And so I told him, our generation must change. Because tomorrow if I'll go on TV or on radio and you're saying, we are Menda Juniwa Uko, then we've missed the point. We want to be different from our forefathers. Two, the wastage of public resources. There's a lot of wastage in this country, and it needs to stop, and it must stop. And as we said, you need the kind of leadership that says this is bad and we are stopping it. We must strengthen our institution to the point where if we say EACC is investigating Moses, we know it's a serious investigation and there are going to be repercussions. We cannot have a corruption case going on for 10 years. Children are born, they still find somebody had a case 10 years ago, it's still going on. Action-oriented leadership. If we have to change the laws, we must do. Because then this country, I had the president say he needs, by 2052 is when we are going to now become like Singapore. 2052.
Yeah.
We are talking about
27 years from now.
27 years from now. Why can't we do what we want to do then now?
Good question.
Do it now. You have 2 years, Mr. President. Do it now. Stop corruption now. It's possible.
Actually, the people who can bring about that change is actually you people.
That's what we are saying.
You see,
we have a chance.
And yet you're also the very people who keep enhancing and keep supporting and keep breathing life into the system that we have. Why do you accept to be given 50 bob?
For what? For voting.
No. What? It doesn't matter where you are.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how poor you are. Yes. What can you actually do with 50 bob?
Lena, you look like you have an answer.
Yes, I do. You know, I was talking to some members of parliament some time back, and I was telling them about the way Gen Zs are trying to run away from things to do with corruption, anything that touches on corruption, handouts and all that. And they told me, just stop there. That is social media. Come to the ground and see. And they told me, kwa ground, if you give someone 200, you've already secured your vote for the next election, 2027. And so I thought about it and said, oh my God, you would want to change things. But you see me, because me, I'm a lawyer. I'm exposed. I can be able to afford probably food in a day. I can be able to go somewhere and say that I'm going to do certain 1 and 2 and be able to get some money. But up Chini Kibra, there's a youth who doesn't have even 10 bob. They don't have food for tonight. Probably they have sickly parents, they have sickly relatives and all that, and they would want to help them. and then we talk to them about change that you are not sure is going to happen tomorrow, change that you're not sure that is going to happen next week, that you're not sure is also whether it's going to happen 5 years later, and for them even tonight they cannot be able to sustain themselves. So you wonder, will they choose change or will they choose 50 bob?
Of course they'll choose 50.
Exactly.
Actually, you've begun a good discussion, but when you want to solve a problem, you must understand it. Why is this person in the position they're in? Why don't they have money to sustain themselves to the next day?
You know,
the why question. I'm not asking so that there's an answer. I'm asking because that's a question you want to ask.
Yes.
Because the 50 bob, the 20 bob, the 100 bob, the 300 bob won't solve his problem. What will get him is an addiction. So that when you see a crowd, if you drive a huge, humongous Guzzler, and in the rural areas you stop, people come running towards that vehicle. Literally. Even women who are elderly, who can barely walk. It's one of those things you look at and you get instantly depressed. Instantly, yes. Why? Because this has become almost an expected way of solving an immediate problem. Now, leadership isn't about that. Leadership is about structuring help so that it continues. Whether you are there or not, it continues. When I asked the question about understanding our politics, if you understand our politics in the way it is played, and this is why I'm a happy person to be a Kenyan. Institutions that can do the things we want to do exist. The laws that can make you get these things done exist. But our political culture has taught us that you disregard court rulings, you disregard the law, and everyone in their own little pockets manifest that disregard for the law. If you're a motorbike rider, green light means the same thing as the red. Amber means the same thing as... We all look for ways of disregarding the law we love shortcuts. We drive. There's a clear sign which tells you can't go this way. But what you do is you look left, you look right, there's nobody, you go. We all do it. Why? Somewhere in the past, we saw examples that provide us with the knowledge that you can actually get away with certain things.
That's true.
And then we've absorbed it, we've entertained it, and now it's part of us. So even when we talk about corruption, it's always someone else's corruption, but it's never what we have allowed to invade our own lives. And the youth participate in these ills that my generation have exemplified happily. The people who shoot and kill young people are not old people, they're young people. The goons whom we saw with those huge buttons hitting people were young. The solution has to include all these people that we're speaking of. And they must understand that they're in the same bracket, irrespective of what they do, who they represent at that particular moment in time. So my question, what is the thinking that you must adopt towards creating a narrative that this future we speak of that seems far away can be brought closer, so that young people can actually understand that this change, it's not somebody else who can bring it. The protest starts it, but we can actually bring about this change. And even with the existing institutions, we can bring about change. Because you have one simple thing which works for you, among others. No, two actually. You have education, you have numbers.
I'll just further on from what I said, Citi. And I love the way you've elaborated it. One of the things, just like you've said, that can be able to help us bring change is that education that you are speaking about. Because just like I've told you, the youth on the social media are different from the youth on the ground. And the Gen Zs, actually, the ones majorly on social media and in urban areas, if I could say, they are capable of saying that this is not what works, this is what works, and this is not what needs to be and this is how things ought to be. But even them, despite the fact that they understand that this is how things ought to be, they're also like, I don't feel it can work. I mean, I have not seen it work. And the fact that the political elites are always entrenching power all the time, I don't feel like I have the capacity to change it. That's why they're saying, hata nikienda kuregister sasa hiyo kura, sasa itafanya aje? Because they feel like they have the votes, just like the constitution says, but they don't have the power. The vote does not have the power to be able to change things. The politicians have a way of circumventing around. But I like the aspect that we've now become keen, and this keenness has been brought about by education. I feel like with the introduction of the free education, it enabled young people to be open. They are educated, they are exposed, and the fact that they've also met their colleagues from different regions, this tribalism idea is also dying. So number one, the exposure that has come as a result of education. Education is like light. It has enabled them to see that, and yeah, this is not how things ought to do. And then also, they have also come up with modes of expressing themselves. They are saying, I'm using social media to be able to express myself. So I feel like those are some of the tools that we are using to change the narrative. But it ought to be something, it's something that is progressive. You know, Rome was not built in a day. It's something that is progressive. It's going to take some time. But I think for now, we are in the right direction.
You know, we have an advantage in this day and age.
Yes.
I was at a function yesterday. Let me not call it a function. I was at a seminar yesterday where we were discussing the disruption that has been caused by the infusion of the digital age, as we call it. You see, it's a tool that my generation didn't have. It's a tool that Mbuvi's age started experiencing, but it's a tool that your generation has grown up with. So it is actually part and parcel. It's like a second skin to you.
Yes.
It's a serious tool. Within this tool, there's something that we call behavior change communication. It is very difficult to provide a lasting solution if the problem is not understood from its roots. Because this youth discussion has to do not with there being young people, but has to do with the problems that this country has, and the problems which then cascade to young people, and how they feel they've had enough of these problems and there must be a solution, because there is a solution. Take a leaf of mature political parties, say, in the West. Now, West here doesn't mean Europe and America. People who have a certain way of doing things, Japan is in the West, Korea is in the, called the West. I mean, they're in Southeast Asia. But political parties bring up young people, and the funding that is involved in their campaigning often comes from political parties, and there are very clear laws about the funding that somebody can receive. Yes. Now, our situation is completely different because we've understood right now as we speak today that you have to have a lot of money in order for you to campaign. And people expect you to have a lot of money. Not so that you can tell them, but so that you can give them. Okay? And the more you represent money, the more likely you are to be elected. My question, how do you fight something of this sort? In this station, we've had disagreements with people who are very learned, who are of the view that when money is offered, you should take it. As we have the view that you should reject that money. When you take the money, you are the one who's disempowered. When you reject the money, that person's strength and power over you is brought to a halt. You are no longer subservient to that particular individual. But how do you effectively communicate that people understand that this money actually doesn't do you any good, and yet they need it?
Moses.
Okay, I think unfortunately the way things have been done, it's like it was deliberately decided that keep the people poor so that you exploit them during elections. Keep them hungry so that that hunger becomes very key to your victory. And it's very unfortunate because 60 years, City, we could have changed this country. We could have ensured there is enough food. I mean, Israel, being the country they are, and the kind of environment, but they've been able to turn around even their own.
It's predominantly a desert.
Yes, but you've seen the kind of changes that they've achieved in a short time. I think we need a deliberate leadership in this country. First of all, people should not be hungry. We should not have politics of the stomach. We have enough resources, enough land, enough seedlings. What stops us from feeding ourselves?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. we don't have to import sugar from outside. We have our own resources here. So I'll still keep saying that there is hope. And I think God giving us an opportunity in the upcoming elections, right now we have the ability to see through our leaders. We know them. We've seen them. We know who can do what. We know who speaks. And we know when they are lying and when they are being honest.
If I were to ask you about the low-lying fruits in our politics, with regard to politics and elections, what would you say the low-lying fruits are?
What do you mean?
Good. What I mean is this. What are the things that could be achieved in far smaller and easier measure than others, politically?
Wow. The things that could be achieved fast.
Or easily, not necessarily faster, but easily.
Easily.
I wasn't expecting an answer. There's a reason why I'm asking the question. You need to look at this problem in a dynamic way, and you need to constantly be asking yourself questions such as the one that I have asked.
Yes.
I would consider, for instance, a simple lower common denominator. It's called leadership at the grassroots. The people who represent him are called MCAs. That is a place that any political party that has the youth should flood, because our rural areas still have the bulk of our population. And why am I saying flood? Because the county governments also have money, lots of it, and we've seen what they do with it. The Director General makes it clear, and we see it not every year, every month, every week we see something. This country, as we see it, is made up of those counties. Those counties are made up of constituencies, they're made up of wards. Now, if a county is wealthy, meaning the resources they use for development are actually used, where this unemployment problem can actually be solved, forget these national discussions, is at that county level.
That's true.
Because if you come from a county, you will know what the strengths are. You will know what to do. But the other thing is bringing in knowledgeable experts, and that's where people like myself come in. Not radio talk show hosts, but people who are old like I, because we have knowledge. And a political party made of young people could do with somebody who has historical knowledge. Because every time you do something, they'll tell you, consider this. Because they've seen it and they know it. They probably do have no interest in any such seat, but they know. Where the youth have led change, there were always older people in the background. Always. You didn't see them, but they were there. If our counties could grow economically, this country would be rich.
That's very true.
Yet we don't focus on the county. We let these thugs and thieves just continue doing what they're doing, and yet the numbers are there to bring about change. The knowledge is there to bring about the change. Low-hanging fruit. Right now, if you look at most counties in this country, they have young people as MCAs. They actually do. But they might as well be old, because they behave exactly the way the older people do. So they're not change agents. How do you tell a change agent? People who think of a problem, identify it, and also seek to find a solution to it. But this is not an easy task. It is an extremely difficult thing to do. And then finding like-minded individuals, because when you do it alone, it's very difficult. But when you have like-minded people, believe me, it becomes a lot easier, because different experiences, different ideas, different thought processes, you actually become very, very strong. This is where now the tribe also comes in. I'm being prescriptive here, by the way. Getting someone who comes from a different part of the country is very necessary for you, because they'll tell you things you didn't know about them. And as you hear it, you also get to understand how it is you could approach things differently. What they are doing, you probably haven't done. But when you hear how they've done it, say, wait a moment, but this thing can actually be done. The wealth that we have in human resource is untapped primarily. It's untapped. Now, that is something that you can do, because these are your people. There are languages you have in common and you speak in common. But getting to understand that you start small and then you grow it. I'm encouraged that you have a party.
Thank you.
I was thinking of a party in Europe that is now very popular, called the Green Party. When it started, they were laughed out of the room. They couldn't get in member of parliament. Then they got one. Then over time too, they were still... The things that we call climate change and we're discussing, those fellows had seen it long before anybody else, essentially. Governments in Europe now bring in the Green Party because they have more and more members over time, and they form parts of governments now. It's taken time. It doesn't need to take you that length of time because you can see what others have done. Before they did it, nobody had done that sort of thing before. Why am I being prescriptive? The thinking around change requires honest conversation. And it must be honest among the people who want to bring about change. Telling yourselves that you are educated is good because you are, but so are others. You're not the only educated people in this country. Telling people that you want to change, you're not the only ones who want to change. Others gave up on this whole process and have found ways of coping. You still have the energy and the verve to push the agenda. Other people ought to be convinced of what you want to do so that they can also follow you.
Sure. And I think, Siti, as you're saying, my perspective is that we need a change of mindset as a country. Not just as but as a country, that we have a common vision, which first of all encourages people to work and have the mindset that I can work for myself. I don't have to wait for a politician to give me something. That I can be creative in my mind and say, yes, I don't have a job, but I think I can be able to fix something. I can be able to solve a certain problem and encourage a culture of people who are working. Let the people work. Because the culture we've had is a culture of politics. From this day we do elections in August 10th to the next election, we are always in a political environment. And that is something that has been done deliberately. I think with our generation, we must now move from that to a working culture. That I'm thinking work and I'm thinking solutions. Politics, fine, can come and go. But as I live here, I should be thinking, where am I going to get my unga in the evening? Whom can I talk to? Whom can we work together and maybe do a certain business? Because God created us with some abilities in us. Nobody was born useless. Nobody is too unique than the other individual. The people who've achieved, it's because they made a deliberate decision that something can change. And if we encourage our young people to look for solutions and look for a way out of these problems, I think we have hope. And the government can do its part, and they should do their part to make sure the environment is good for business, make sure factories are working, make sure the taxes are good, they are low for industries to rise, and let the industries employ people. Government doesn't have to be the one employing people or sending people abroad.
It's actually not the government's job to employ people.
It is, but they can create an environment where even other players are creating job opportunities for the people.
That's why I went to the county, because that's a government.
Yes, that's a government. And I just hope that even as we go to the next election, City, that Kenyans can decide we're no longer going to vote this thing called a suit. Because you're in a certain party, I'm going to vote from top to bottom.
Moses,
let me just finish that point.
When I listen to you, I am hopeful, but continue.
Thank you.
Yes.
You see, like this room is colorful. It looks nice. If it was just purple, it would be a bit dull. And then we're all different. So why should I go to the ballot and without thinking? I just look for that symbol and tick, tick, tick. You're not even thinking this MCA you are ticking here probably doesn't even come from that area.
What does that tell you about the voter?
The education.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What is it?
Not necessarily the education.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What do you think, then?
Let me first deal with the whole conversation. One of the things that is standing between the youth and change, especially the youth that would want to occupy political positions, is the political parties. In a democracy, political parties are very essential. You know, before governance, the politics comes in, and this politics can only be achieved through the political parties. Every time I walk into a room and I want to have a conversation surrounding politics and governance, the first question that always pops up is, what is your political party? Telling you how essential these political parties are. But right now, Mbuvi, as you can see, I have an independent mindset. The moment that I get into a political party, that changes. And these political parties are the ones that have enabled us to have members of the county assemblies, members of parliament, senate, and all that. They are the ones. So it means that I have to align. Now, I could have an independent mindset, but because of just what I've told you, the problems within the political parties, I have to remove my independence and wear the coat of the political party. So I may not really agree with what my political party is saying, but for the sake of political survival and not to appear like I'm being insubordinate to the party, I have to align. That's why you see most of the members of parliament, they come in, you know, most of the leaders, they come in, well, they have very good flowery ideas. But the moment that they go in there, and because the politics demands that you need to adhere to your political parties and follow what they are saying, they now change, their language changes and all that changes. So because of that, it becomes very hard for us to be able to effect change the way we would want it. So for me, that's something that has hindered the progress that we would want to see. But also the challenge is also on the voter, because I honestly don't really, especially the older folks, I don't really know. But there is this, the tribalism bit is the one that has enabled our political parties to thrive, and they thrive on masses that are a little bit, let's say, illiterate. So someone will come and say, "Hey, if my leader, if DCP, former deputy president, has said this is the route that we are going to take, we believe that he's standing for our community, and that is the route that we are going to take." So for them, they're embedded towards that because they feel like the other people are wrong. You know, I've forgotten a concept in democracy. I don't know what it is called, but there is this belief that if you're not from my political party or if you're not from my community, you are essentially wrong. And I think that's where we are still. That's where most of us Kenyans still are.
You know, the reason why, and this is part of the reason, not the exact reason. See, your grandmother in Shags. Chances are akujangi Nairobi sana.
Very true.
Anakuanga tu Shago.
Yes.
So the only time she interacts with politics is when that political machine comes to her place.
Yes.
And she knows only that one leader.
Yeah.
So akimwambia ndio direction. But the rest of us who've been to Kisumu, Machakos and Kisii, and we've been to Turkana and all these other places, we are able to realize that, imagine hapa Maliniko si Kenya pekee. Kenya ni kubwa. Yeah, so that's the problem, unfortunately. So yeye anajaribu kufikiria what another political party inamwambia. Haoni sense. Ako like, ule mtu ametoka all the way from Nyanza, surely huyu ananisho nini? Mimi niko hapa Machakos. So I will listen to Kalonzo, I will listen to Charity Ngilu and the leaders in that. So perhaps that will change with our generations going forward.
Yes.
The millennials, and because even millennials have intermarried, and you're married to a Kikuyu, you broke up with her, now then you found yourself with a Kalenjin, you broke up with her, now you're married to a Kisii. So wewe umeona kabila zote. Mama yako aliona kabila moja bana.
That's true.
Your grandfather so one kabila. So perhaps that will change with the...
Put it well. Put it very well.
Yeah.
Why limit yourself to only 3
wives?
Yes, uongeze wao kama 6.
Yeah. So ukaachana na Kisii, ukiendea Mturkana, ukamaliza na Musudanese. So by the time you're basically, you know, cosmopolitan. But unfortunately for those folks that and that's why once their generation is done, unfortunately, we will still continue having some of these problems that we are seeing, this tribalism. And that is why I like the conversations we're having here, because with time, imagine with time itafika mahali hata utakuwa unafikiria Mjaluo, Mkamba, Mkisii, utakuwa Mkamba sawa, lakini at the end of the day conversation ya Mkamba itatokezea mahali.
That's true.
Yes. Lady and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Last words, please.
My last word is that since it's an opportunity I've had since our Right Honorable passed on, is just to keep praying that the country heals, and because people are still mourning, you can tell, And I think one thing I learned from him, us as a political party, is that it's possible to build a party, as you said, from scratch to a national and international party. And I think he left us a good legacy in terms of growing institutions. And we can only pick up from where he stopped and build a better country, a more cohesive country. As you've said, I have hope that one day we'll look at each other from the point of what can you do and not where do you come from. And that's where the Spirit of Kenya Moja movement comes in, just bringing everybody on board and ensuring that we are focusing on building the country rather than segmenting it into small silos here and there. And thank you so much for the invitation. I've enjoyed the conversation.
Lena, over to you.
Thank you. One of the things that our 2010 Constitution envisioned was that we would have a participatory democracy. And this participatory democracy was because our politics dictate our economies. So the kind of politics that we have, and if you look at the countries across the globe, you realize that their the economic realization is really equal to their political participation and their democratic principles. And so because of that, we cannot neglect the political bit of it. We cannot abandon we cannot we cannot we cannot neglect the political bit of it and just put it in the hands of politicians. I don't think they have any best interest for our country. Only we have the best interest for our country, and we need to work for it.
All right.
Yes.
It's Friday, guys. See you on Monday, bright and early.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let it sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Marimanti, Meru County have arrested 4 suspects accused of defrauding a victim of 251,000 Kenyan shillings while masquerading as officials from the Social Health Authority. The suspects Peter Muridhi, Catherine Kinywa, Lillian Njeri, and Samuel Mbudhia were apprehended following a complaint by a man who believed he was registering for a legitimate SHA membership. According to investigators, the suspects lured the victim into surrendering his mobile phone under the guise of completing the registration process. Moments later, the phone went off and all attempts to restore service failed. The suspects are in custody at the Marimanti police station awaiting arraignment. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura has emphasized that adjusting to the demands of governing takes time, patience, and careful planning. Speaking during an interview on Radio Generation, Mwaura reflected on the progress of the administration now 3 years into office. He further highlighted that even experienced leaders require time to fully settle in their roles.
And governments take between 12 to 36 months to settle. It take time, 12 to 36 months, or 12 to 24 months. Let me say, an average of 2 years. That we've talked to many people. Even myself as a government spokesman.
Yes.
After about 2 years, then you start feeling, okay, now I have learned the ropes. I know